record in the Simpson matter. Mr. Simpson is again present before the court with his counsel, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Thompson, Mr. Scheck, people represented by Mr. Clark, Mr. Darden. Jury is not present. All right, counsel, anything we need to take up before we invite the jurors to join us? Mr. Thompson.
Yes, Your Honor. The prosecution asked for discovery of a successful grant proposal that Dr. Gerdes filed with the Advanced Technology Program of the National Institute for Standards and Technology. We have received from Dr. Gerdes' lab a copy of that grant proposal. However, there are serious concerns here about valuable proprietary information contained in this proposal. This is a proposal for a highly competitive U.S. government technology grant. The United States government found this proposal sufficiently promising with regard to the development of economically valuable new biotechnology that they awarded Dr. Gerdes and his laboratory $1.7 million to pursue it. However, the technology has not yet been developed. His laboratory has invested a considerable amount of time and money into developing this valuable technology, and they have proprietary rights to it. Therefore, we're extremely concerned about the public release of this information, and we're seeking a protective order.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to direct that no copies be made of this proposal, that it remain here in the custody of the clerk, be available for inspection by counsel for either party, and that before any cross-examination goes into it, we'll have a sidebar to determine whether or not that's an appropriate area of cross-examination.
That sounds quite acceptable, Your Honor.
And that at the conclusion of Dr. Gerdes' testimony, the copy we have will be returned to him.
That's fine, Your Honor. Shall I give the copy to the clerk then?
Please.
Okay.
Mr. Clark, have you had the opportunity to look at this?
I've not.
All right.
Just one request, and that is, could we simply be able to read it upstairs? I expect it is lengthy and detailed. All right. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Deputy McNair, let's have the jury, please. Please be seated. All right, let the record reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good morning, everybody. All right, Dr. Gerdes, would you resume the witness stand, please? All right, the record should reflect Dr. John Gerdes is on the witness stand, undergoing direct examination by Mr. Scheck. Good morning again, Doctor.
Good morning.
Doctor, sir, you were reminded you were still under oath, and Mr. Scheck, you may conclude your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Dr. Gerdes, just a few more questions. First, I believe we discussed yesterday that in your work with transplantation and infectious disease screening, you mentioned that that there are policies, protocols, rules with respect to maintaining the integrity of samples when they're received and handled in the laboratory. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you said that there are, in your paternity testing area, there are what, chain of custody procedures?
Yes.
And what are those?
Well, there are safeguards to ensure that we are analyzing the appropriate individuals in that case. Basically, it simply means that every person that handles the specimen has to record that fact or document that fact so that you can follow the history of that particular specimen and know exactly where it came from and who and at what time that was handled, that specimen, who handled the specimen, when it was handled, how it was transported to the laboratory, and what state did it arrive, and all of the details that would be important to guarantee that that particular specimen is indeed what it's supposed to be, and that there was no possible chance that that specimen might have been tampered with or in some way compromised.
Now, Dr. Gerdes, even in the transplant work, if you receive a tube of blood that a doctor says is a tube from a particular person, but it doesn't have certain kinds of proper documentation, what are the rules and procedures in regard to that?
Well, according to CLIA 88, which is the law in a clinical laboratory, if a specimen arrives at the laboratory without an appropriate request form specifically stating what test is to be done, and if the specimen has not been labeled with the patient's name, we cannot analyze it.
What do you do?
Well, you call the physician and you tell them that an error has been made and have them redraw a new specimen.
What is the practice and procedure with regard to the receipt of specimens in packaging that shows evidence of having been opened and then repackaged?
Again, that's a break in the chain of custody. That item could not be analyzed. We would inform the individuals, the parties involved, and we would start over.
So in other words, the history of the handling of a sample is a lab question, a scientific issue.
Yes.
Doctor, do you have an opinion about the reliability of DNA testing results on samples recovered from the Bronco console on August 26th, that is samples 303, 304, and 305?
Objection, no foundation.
Sustain.
All right, have you examined the results and the history of the samples 303, 304, and 305?
I have.
All right. And do you have an opinion with respect to the those results?
Same objection.
Sustain. I'm more concerned about the history aspect.
Do you have are you familiar with the testimony and the documentation as to what happened to the Bronco after samples were first collected on June 14th?
Yes.
All right. And are you aware of what happened to the Bronco in the console, where it went, what procedures were involved in maintaining its custody until the time it was then again sampled on August 26th?
Yes.
Now, do you have an opinion about the integrity and reliability of the DNA test results on the samples recovered from the Bronco console on August 26, 303, 304, and 305?
Objection, no foundation beyond the expertise of the witness.
Overruled.
Yes.
And what is it?
Those samples have obviously as I just described, the chain of custody aspect of those samples has been broken. We don't know what, or at least we can't be assured that something or someone or number of individuals might not have been in there. In fact, there's testimony that I've read that states that in fact happened.
Well, excuse me, objection, move to strike, no foundation.
Yes. That part of the answer will be stricken.
Based on just the integrity of the sample handling of the Bronco, do you have any confidence in the results of those, from a scientific point of view, in the results of those tests?
No, you can.
foundation.
Overruled.
Beyond the witness's expertise.
Overruled.
You can no longer have any scientific confidence in that.
Now, there was a question I forgot to ask you yesterday, and I apologize for it, concerning the charts and the data that you put together in your analysis of strips, runs, and extraction controls and negative controls in the period of May through July of 1994 and the overall charts. And that is, did you include in your analysis the strips and 2 runs that were involved in this case?
No, I didn't.
Why not?
Well, the purpose of that analysis was to assess the level of contamination before and after this specific incident case. And so that's why I did it that way.
I have some additional questions now about RFLP results. I believe you gave us testimony yesterday concerning your views of the RFLP result on LAPD item 52, and which was analyzed on the morning of June 14th by Mr. Yamauchi, correct?
Yes, yes.
All right. And you've expressed your opinion and concerns with respect to that RFLP result.
In terms of cross-contamination, yes, it could be cross-contaminated.
Now, let me ask you about some other RFLP results. Do you feel that cross-contamination could have accounted for the RFLP results consistent with Ronald Goldman and Nicole Brown Simpson on the Rockingham glove?
Objection, no foundation, also leading.
Sustained.
All right. Have you looked through the amount of DNA and the paperwork on the analysis performed on the RFLP tests done on the Rockingham glove with respect to results consistent with Ronald Goldman and Nicole Brown Simpson?
I have,
All right. Have you actually seen those order ads?
yes.
Do you feel that cross-contamination could have accounted for those RFLP results?
No foundation calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Well, do you question those RFLP results on the grounds of cross-contamination?
Same objection, also leading.
Sustained.
All right. What is your view of those RFLP results?
Same objection.
Sustained. Foundation here, counsel.
Have you reviewed the data on those results?
Yes, I have.
All right. Do you feel, what is your opinion in terms of the issue of cross-contamination in those results?
Same objection. Foundation also calls for speculation.
Sustained on foundation.
The amounts of DNA in those samples, do you have an opinion about whether or not cross-contamination could have accounted for those results?
Objection, foundation.
Sustained.
Have you looked at the amounts of, have you reviewed the amounts of DNA that were used for the RFLP tests in those samples?
Yes,
All right. Have you reviewed the paperwork and the procedures used by the laboratories in testing those samples?
yes.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not, what is your opinion with respect to the issue of cross-contamination in those RFLP results?
Same objection.
Sustained.
No. Your Honor, I'm confused. Does the amount of DNA that is used with respect to, that is involved in an RFLP test and the sample handling procedures that precede it have a bearing on the issue of cross-contamination and RFLP results?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Yes, it does.
All right. What is your view with respect to the RFLP test results consistent with the genotypes of Ronald Goldman and Nicole Brown Simpson on the Rockingham glove?
Objection, no foundation.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Proceed.
Are you questioning those results?
Same objection.
Sustain.
I don't know. Do you have experience doing RFLP testing in your laboratory?
Yes, I do.
All right. Do you regard the analysis of, do you take the analysis of different RFLP test results separate and independently? In other words, would you evaluate the have you evaluated separately the RFLP results, in this case, on each sample individually?
Yes,
And you have different opinions about different ones of those RFLP results?
I do.
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
All right. Can I ask you now, what is your view with respect to the issue of cross-contamination and the RFLP results on the Rockingham glove, those that are consistent with Ronald Goldman and Nicole Brown Simpson?
Same objection.
Sustain. Wait to see you, counsel, over at the sidebar with the court report, please.
As part of your analysis of the RFLP results, have you considered and evaluated the sample handling procedures with respect to, for example, the Rockingham glove?
Yes.
Now, what is your view with respect to whether or not cross-contamination could have accounted for the RFLP results consistent with Ronald Goldman and Nicole Brown Simpson on the Rockingham glove?
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
In that particular case, there's an adequate amount of DNA. It could not have been explained by cross-contamination.
Now let me ask you with respect to the RFLP results obtained by the Department of Justice in Cellmark on the SOC, particularly the cut-out section 13A. In terms of your review of the laboratory notes and how those samples were handled and the RFLP test results, do you believe cross-contamination could account for the RFLP results obtained on the SOC?
No, there's adequate amount of DNA. Cross-contamination could not have accounted for that particular RFLP.
All right. Now, do you know how blood got on that SOC?
No, I don't.
Do you believe that cross-contamination, have you reviewed the RFLP result on the LAPD item 117, a blood stain collected from the back gate at Bundy on July 3rd?
Yes.
All right. In terms of the way that sample was handled, what samples it was handled with, in terms of reference tubes and other matters, and the amounts of DNA, is there anything that leads you to believe that cross-contamination could account for that RFLP result?
On the back gate?
Yes.
No. There's an adequate amount of DNA.
So you're distinguishing between those results and the RFLP result on item number 52?
Yes, item 52 has significantly less DNA. It has only 25 nanograms of DNA, and that certainly could have occurred, especially in the manner in which these samples were handled. That particular item could have occurred due to cross-contamination.
And the events you described to us yesterday between
Yes.
9 and 11:20
That's correct.
on June 14th?
Correct.
Now, Dr. Gerdes, do you consider have you heard paternity testing referred to as forensic science?
Some people refer to it as that.
Because forensic, I suppose, has a definition that if it relates to court, sometimes it's called forensic, quote unquote.
Yes, some people define, forensics could be defined as a situation in which science and the practice of science interacts with law.
Now, when we were discussing yesterday the contrast between clinical applications and forensics, did you take forensic to mean having to do with the application of DNA technology to crime scene samples?
I believe that's what we were talking about at that time.
And so with that definition of forensic in mind, let me ask you these questions. First of all, in terms of your primary activities, are you a forensic scientist?
I don't consider myself a forensic scientist, no.
Have you ever gone to a crime scene and done collections?
No, I haven't.
Does your lab do forensic cases, that is, samples that are taken from crime scenes?
No, we don't.
You do paternity testing?
We do paternity testing.
Do you attend forensic meetings with members of police labs, government labs, et cetera?
No.
Based on your background as a microbiologist, a molecular biologist, and a DNA lab director, doing the kinds of things you've described to the jury, do you feel you were able to assess the sample handling techniques, the methodology, and the testing processes of forensic DNA laboratories that you've reviewed in this case, and I think you told us the 23 others that you reviewed previously?
Yes, I believe I can.
And you're familiar with their protocols and their practices?
I am.
Now, this report, DNA Technology and Forensic Science,
Yes.
this is by the National Research Council of the National Academy of Sciences?
That's correct.
All right. And was this an analysis of the application of DNA technology to forensics in the sense that we've been just discussing it here, analysis of crime scene samples and the like?
It was.
All right. And do you support the recommendations and analyses in this report?
I do.
Objection calls for hearsay.
Overrule.
Now, are you familiar with the members of this committee and who they are?
I don't know them personally, but I'm familiar with their credentials.
Some of them included forensic scientists,
I believe there are perhaps 3 individuals there who were forensic scientists, yes.
including Dr. Henry Lee?
Yes, Dr. Lee is
That-
one of those.
I'm sorry. Now, the chairman of this committee, Dr. Victor McCusick, is he a forensic scientist,
No, he's not.
but a molecular geneticist and
That's
biologist?
correct.
Dr. Haig Kazazian, what field is he in?
I believe it's in genetics.
And the medical applications of DNA technology?
Yes.
Dr. Mary Claire King, is she a forensic scientist,
No.
but a molecular geneticist,
Molecular
population
geneticist, yes.
Dr.
Excuse me,
Eric,
Gentlemen, you're going to have to stop talking at the same time.
that's my fault, Your Honor. I'm really trampling on his answers. My apologies. Dr. Eric Lander, is he a molecular geneticist and population geneticist?
Yes.
All right. Is he a forensic scientist?
No.
Dr. Thomas G. Marr of the Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory, Is he a molecular geneticist and biologist?
Yes.
Is he a forensic scientist?
No.
Now, one last series of questions, Doctor. We discussed the issue of proficiency testing a little bit earlier. Are you familiar with the discussion of proficiency testing in the National Research Council report?
I am.
Do you support those conclusions?
Yes.
All right, I'd like to direct your attention to, if you would the court like to see them first before I read them?
What page?
We just have a reference group
Sure.
for any questions.
About page 100.
I'm sorry?
Never mind.
Starting at page 89, the second and third paragraphs.
Please have a moment now.
Doctor, I'm going to start reading a paragraph that's at page 89 of the NRC report and ask of your, what's your view of it, and ask you to explain it.
Objection, hearsay as phrased.
Overruled.
Laboratory errors happen, even in the best laboratories, and even when the analyst is certain that every precaution against error has been taken. It is important to recognize that laboratory errors on proficiency tests do not necessarily reflect permanent probabilities of false positives or false negatives results. One purpose of regular proficiency testing under standard case conditions is to evaluate whether and how laboratories have taken corrective action to reduce errors. Reported errors should be based on proficiency tests that are truly representative of case materials with respect to sample quality, accompanying description, etc. Tests based on pure blood samples would probably underestimate error rate, and tests based primarily on rare and extremely difficult samples, which might be useful for improving practice, would probably overestimate. Although the California Association of Crime Lab Director proficiency test was less than ideal, being open rather than blind and not requiring reporting of size measurements, the materials appeared to have been representative of standard casework. Now, do you agree with that judgment of the National Research Council?
I do.
Do you agree? Why is it important to have proficiency tests on samples that are representative of casework?
Well, I think as it tried to explain in that paragraph, you want to make the test at the same difficulty as what you're going to try and analyze. So if you make the test too easy, you don't really get an accurate reflection of what your error rate is, how often you might make a mistake. So you want to try and mimic exactly the type of thing you're going to analyze as possible.
And in terms of having a blind test administered by an outside agency, why is that important?
Well, if you know you're being tested, you just naturally try a little harder. And if you, so both in the clinical field, it's on our proficiency test that we have to state, I even have to sign that I'm going to handle a sample the same way I would handle any other sample that came in from a patient. And you just put it in with that batch that day and run it. And the same technician runs it, so you don't have the hot shot in the lab that's better at this do it. So that way you have an accurate reflection of exactly how many errors might occur or under your standard operating procedures.
Now, Dr. Gerdes, you mentioned that the National Marrow Donor Program, that is an external blind.
Yes.
Are all the proficiency tests that your lab undergoes from the various different agencies, are those all external blinds?
No, they're not.
All right, some of them are open tests?
Yes.
Now, in terms of the proficiency tests, just in terms of the samples that LAPD ran, were those, in your judgment, representative of the kind of samples that were being analyzed in this case?
You're referring to the validation specimens?
I'm actually referring to, well, both the validation specimens and the CTS and CAP proficiency tests.
Yeah, all of those specimens represented specimens with adequate DNA. They weren't degraded, they weren't aged, or they didn't mimic the crime scene specimens in any way.
Mm-hmm. And this case involves mixtures of blood stains, some of which are degraded?
Yes.
And were there, in any of the labs that you've looked at, DOJ, the tests they took, Cellmark, LAPD, were they doing proficiency tests on those kinds of samples?
No.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right, Mr. Clark?
Take a break, would that be possible? Gather materials.
How long do you need?
I think it will really be more up to the defense how long they feel they need to review some materials.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a early break at this point. Remember all my admonitions to you, and hopefully we'll get back to you in about 20 minutes. All right, ask you to step back into the jury room, please. On the record, in the Simpson matter, all parties were again present. Mr. Schick?
I don't know how Mr. Clark wants to proceed in terms of itemizing these things, but there's one chart entitled Los Angeles Police Department PCR DQ Alpha Testing Controls, 1 through 6. I have no objection to that. There's another chart. Where's the one with the number of samples?
If we could, if we're going to go through these, may I ask the court that the witness be excused?
Yes. Just wait outside, Doctor.
There's another chart or piece of paper which lists the number of samples and controls. In this case, I have no objection to that. Actually, Mr. Clark allowed Dr. Gertis to look at that so we could just count them up and make sure they were correct. There are a series of quotations in slide form from the National Research Council, and I think on just about every one of them, I have an objection that they're taken out of context. That is to say, in every single one of them, it's sort of on the one hand, on the other hand, and they only give the one hand that favors them, and they'll leave out the next paragraph or they'll leave out sentences. And I don't know how the court wants to deal with that, one by one as they arise, or in the context of the cross-examination, or right now. There's a whole series of those.
Well, counsel, I think I've allowed you pretty free access to the NRC report. So my inclination is to allow them to point out whatever discrepancies they have, and if you feel that under 356 that there's a larger context, I'll allow you to bring that in.
Yeah, that, maybe we could just deal with it on a case-by-case basis and save time, because that's really the nature of the objection in each instance.
Okay.
There's another two pages called DNA Testing, PCR, and RFLP Consistent Results, wherein they list, all they say is driveway, foyer, bathroom, RFLP number 12, PCR number 12, number 6, number 7, number 14. Then they do the same thing for the glove, the socks, the walkway, Goldman's boot. And I think that this is very misleading, because it doesn't even indicate what the results are, who it's consistent with, and where, and what labs did it, et cetera. But the number one objection is it doesn't indicate who.
What it is, okay.
Yeah, and so I have a problem with that. And that's similar to objections I have. I think the only thing left, Woody, is the boards. The two boards, maybe we should pull those out. One board, perhaps we should take up first, called Concordance Cellmark DOJ.
Concordance,
Yes.
okay.
Given the care that we've taken with these words on boards, I don't like the word concordance in terms of being argumentative, but that's not really the thrust of
No, if you
the
may have,
objection.
well.
I think the real problem here is, again, all that's being done is listing items, listing probes, listing systems, and it's not informative as to what is consistent, what isn't consistent. There are tremendous complications here. We've had testimony, for example, on the steering wheel about Cellmark calling this 1.1, 1.2, and 4 as a mixture. The Department of Justice took a very hedged position, I'll put it that way, on this issue. So I think that this is all very misleading, and we have result boards that lay all this out, and I think this is unfairly argumentative and leaves out too much information and is really final argument and misleading.
All right, Mr. Wooden, is there another board that goes with this?
There's another board.
This is entitled Results of RFLP DNA Analysis.
Yes. And again, this is something of improvement insofar as it at least lists the people involved, where there's consistencies. But again, it seems to me that, and in fact, I think this precise board was once ruled upon by the court in the context of the testimony of the other witnesses. I think I may be wrong, but I think it was a similar
No,
case.
this is the first time I've seen this one.
Well, there was one that just basically, it's an attempt to group certain RFLP results here, and it just seems to me that we have those result boards, and it's going to become unduly confusing, frankly. There's so many boards with so many results repetitively that I think that it gives the impression of it becomes cumulative, and I think it's unfair. They can go back to their initial results boards, which are organized by evidence item and lab, and work with that and go through it with the witness, so we're dealing with the same set of data that's more complete data than are on these boards. And I think that that's an adequate way to do it in terms of presenting this to the jury, and it becomes unduly confusing and cumulative. And those are my objections to these boards.
Mr. Clark?
Yes, Your Honor. With respect to both these boards as well as the two charts that I believe Mr. Scheck addressed, perhaps I can address those 4 items first. We're in a different setting now than we were when we were examining witnesses as to results. This particular witness has called into question a number of items of evidence that have been tested for DNA in this case. He's called them into question by raising the specter of, in particular, cross-contamination. The witness is not present, so I will offer to the court that this witness has repeatedly testified in the past that if you have an RFLP result on a sample, that confirms the reliability and validity of a PCR result on the same sample. This board, I would say, will be, in my view, extremely important to convey that to the trier of fact about what this witness either will concede on the witness stand or will be sought to be impeached by previous testimony, that the role of these RFLP results is absolutely central to the reliability, in his opinion, of the results in an individual case. Now, the particular board that's up now entitled Results of RFLP DNA Analysis is a way of presenting that information without having to put 6 boards up one by one, and having to point out individually what particular samples we're referring to. This places the RFLP results in one location. It's not argumentative. It accurately conveys exactly what previous testimony has described. With regard to the concordance board, this witness has again opened up the specter of the unreliability of a number of the results in this particular case. One of, again, this witness's central notions from previous testimony is the importance of replicate testing, testing by more than one laboratory. In this case, as the evidence has already showed, there's been testing by 3 different laboratories. So this concordance, the consistency in terms of the ultimate results obtained by these various technologies is again central to demonstrating through this witness the reliability of these results.
Briefly respond. I think Mr. Clark's argument proves too much, because I think it's quite clear from this witness's testimony that his attack was only on one RFLP result, and that is item 52 that was handled in the evidence processing room on June 14th by Mr. Yamauchi under circumstances where he described it to be an unacceptable risk of cross-contamination. That's the only RFLP result that his testimony questioned, and we took all these other ones out. So it seems to me that to bring up a board, it is obviously cumulative. They should attack, if they want to attack him, they can attack him on that one. He's conceded he doesn't quarrel with the others. But this concordance of Cellmark and DOJ results is highly misleading and totally improper because it conflates results that are not spelled out in terms of the different typings which are at issue here, and they don't comport with what Mr. Clark is saying, and that is, there's an RFLP that confirms a particular PCR-based result, etc. So I think that this one is just, there's very little question in my mind that this is highly misleading, argumentative, incomplete, and improper, and it oversimplifies the issues here. It doesn't even list included, not included, who this is. I think this concordance board is plainly improper on a whole host of grounds. And as to the RFLP DNA analysis board, it seems to me they can rely on the other one that they already have up there, and his argument admits that what they really want to do is put up a whole series of results which he doesn't question yet another time, when the doctor has come in here and essentially just questioned one RFLP and the circumstances surrounding it. So it seems to me that this argument really admits that the true intention here is to create yet another board in a case of many, many boards that would be confusing. And as far as that other set of lists, did you take mine? The court should really see these, I think. Do you have yours? You need a copy for you. Here. Those are, again, highly misleading. They don't even list who's involved and what the results are.
All right, these are entitled DNA testing, PCR, and RFLP consistent results. They have to do with both items from Rockingham and from Bundy. All right, Mr. Scheck, anything else? All right, Mr. Scheck, I think you downplayed the breadth and scope and effectiveness of your own presentation yesterday. I think you've opened up a whole line of questioning regarding the entire evidence collection process, how it was processed at the LAPD lab, and calling into question all of the subsequent results. I agree with you that, for example, the results of RFLP DNA analysis is cumulative in the sense that that information is included on several other boards, but since it compacts all of that information into one board, I find that it serves a relevant purpose, and it will save court time to have these two particular large boards here, so I'm going to overrule your objections.
Excuse me, could I ask the court to, I understand the court's ruling with respect to the RFLP DNA analysis board, but I'd ask the court to consider the concordance board, because I don't believe the concordance board does that. If
No,
you
I think
take a
the
look at it.
concordance board, though, it shows consistency of results from different laboratories.
No.
So, all right.
But
That's-
this is misleading, because take, for example, the,
Counsel, I've heard your argument. I've ruled.
well, can I just be heard just with respect, there's one thing I left out. Call the court's attention
I've
about the
ruled.
steering wheel.
Counsel, I've ruled. Thank you. Let's have the jury.
And I assume there are no objections to the other items that I displayed as defense.
I assume that as well.
Well, what about Ronald, what about this where they don't even list who it is?
Objections overruled.
On this?
Yes.
Well, you're right, they don't even list who's involved. They just have item numbers.
I know, and it's on other items. It's on other pieces of evidence. It's on other display boards. I
No,
ruled.
but it's repetitive of those other
Counsel,
boards.
I think I've said it now 3 times. Thank you. Let's have the jury, please. All right, let the record reflect we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Dr. John Gerdes is on the witness stand, now undergoing cross-examination by Mr. Clark. Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Morning, Dr. Gerdes.
Good morning.
Your Honor, if I may, I would like to use People's Exhibit 259, the Bronco Results Board.
Yes. Mr. Wood. Where are you going to place the easel?
In the middle slot.
All right. All right, Dr. Gerdes, you'll need to step down to see that.
Dr. Gerdes, this particular results board, People's Exhibit 259, have you had an opportunity to either see this board or a recreation or copy of the board, if you will?
I've seen brief glimpses of this in TV coverage. I have not seen a copy in any other manner.
All right, I'd like to refer your attention, if I could, to what's labeled Exhibit Number 30, Center Console. And with regard...
Item 30.
I'm sorry, item 30. Thank you, Your Honor. And in particular, there are results from the Department of Justice in both the DQ Alpha and D1S80 markers. Is that right?
Yes.
Those results you are familiar with, is
I'm
that
familiar
correct?
with the results, yes.
All right. Is it your testimony, Dr. Gerdes, and are you telling the ladies and gentlemen of this jury that the DNA in that particular stain could not have come from the defendant, Mr. Simpson?
I am saying that due to the way in which these samples were handled, the testing that was conducted in that lab, subsequent testing in that lab, there's a possibility of cross-contamination.
Does a 1.1, 1.2 exclude Mr. Simpson?
No, it doesn't.
Does a D1S80 24, 25 exclude Mr. Simpson?
No, it doesn't.
Referring you to item number 31, the center console, are you familiar with the results that were obtained by the Department of Justice as to that stain?
Yes.
And results were obtained that included a 1.1, a 1.2, and a weaker 1.3 and 4. Is that right?
That's correct.
The 1.1, 1.2 does not exclude Mr. Simpson, does it?
That's correct.
The 1.3 and 4 does not exclude Mr. Goldman. Is that right?
That's correct.
With regard to the D1S80 results of 24 and 25, those are consistent and could have originated from Mr. Simpson. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the 24 could have originated from Mr. Goldman. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you. That's it for the board at this moment, Your Honor.
All right. Can Dr. Gerdes take his seat back, or are you going to need anything else? Mr. Clark? Mr. Clark?
I'm sorry.
Is that the only exhibit we're going to use right now?
Yes.
Why don't we let counsel, Ms. Clark, why don't you let Mr. Wood handle that? All right, thank you. I recollect we almost killed a juror the last time. Which is why we moved juror number 1, if you recollect. Yes, all right. All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Gerdes, you described having visited the Department of Justice DNA laboratory in the past, correct?
That's correct.
And I believe you described for this case you visited that laboratory twice?
The Department of Justice?
Yes.
No.
How many
Once
times?
in conjunction with this case, and once in conjunction with a previous case.
You have visited the Department of Justice laboratory twice, correct?
Correct.
With regard to the Department of Justice, they have a one-way flow of evidence. Is that right?
Yes, they do.
And I'm referring to evidence flow for purposes of PCR typing.
Yes.
You described yesterday that, in your opinion, evidence at the Los Angeles Police Department was brought back following amplification into the same area that it started out in prior to or at the time of extraction, correct?
Sustain. He just said area.
You testified yesterday that following amplification, DNA, amplified DNA that is, was brought back to the Los Angeles Police Department in the same area, correct?
Oral.
I stated it was brought back to that same location. It's not specifically the same room, but it's the same location.
Okay, so it's not brought back to the same room, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
You've been to the Department of Justice.
Yes.
When they're done amplifying DNA, where do they take it?
It remains in the amplification room.
Where's the amplification room in relationship to the extraction room?
I believe the extraction room is down a hall and in a large room near the entrance of the building, and the amplification room would be a different room, basically in the same building though.
Okay, what are they separated by? How many feet approximately? Department of Justice.
If I recall correctly, the hall would be 50 to 100 feet perhaps.
As far as the Los Angeles Police Department, you took a tour of that lab, correct?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I do have one more exhibit I'd like to use, the photo board, which I believe is Exhibit 281.
I knew it. Mr. Wooden, when you bring that one up, would you just show it briefly to counsel so they can refamiliarize themselves with what it is? Yes. All right, we've seen that one before, yesterday. Mr. Scheck, your client wants to see that. All right, proceed.
Now, Dr. Gerdes, if I could ask you to step down from the witness stand. And I'm going to refer you to what are the three photographs at the bottom of the diagram that are labeled PiperTech Product Gel Electrophoresis.
Yes.
In your opinion, is that the same area as DNA extraction is conducted at PiperTech as reflected in the top three photographs?
It's in the same building, it's not the exact same room.
What separates those two areas?
There's a hallway of, I don't know how long, I don't recall, for 50 feet perhaps.
There's more than a hallway, isn't there?
Well, there are doors into each of these labs as well.
Aren't they separate secured rooms?
I believe they are separate rooms, yes.
In your opinion, is that the same area, that is the product gel electrophoresis area, as the extraction area?
Oral.
It's not the same area.
All right, thank you. That's sufficient with that board. So, Dr. Gerdes, when you testified yesterday that that material was brought back to the same area, were you incorrect?
Oral.
I don't believe so, because there's another aspect that we didn't really specifically go into because I didn't want to go into a lot of detail. But they're at that amplification room at Parker, excuse me. That is where they autoclave all their solutions. And it's maybe 5 feet from the area where the amplification room is, just across a very small little hallway.
Sorry, objection, move to strike, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Sustain. Ask the question again.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yesterday you described these materials as being brought back to the same area at PiperTech, correct?
Yes.
Today you have conceded that in fact those areas, that is the extraction room and the product gel electrophoresis room, are not the same area, correct?
They're not the same room.
Well, they're not the same area, aren't they?
I guess not.
Now, in your opinion, and you've had contact with work done by Gary Sims at the Department of Justice, is that right?
Yes, I have.
And in fact, you've reviewed, not only as a result of this case, but as a result of at least one other case, work done by Gary Sims, correct?
Yes,
And that's included work done using PCR DQ alpha typing.
that's correct.
That work, the work that you reviewed has included work that included PCR D1S80 typing, correct?
That's correct.
It's true, is it not, that in your opinion, Gary Sims is a very careful analyst?
I consider him such, yes.
With regard to actually performing forensic DQ alpha analysis, as well as D1S80 analysis, do you believe you're more qualified than Mr. Sims to conduct that testing?
I don't think there's it wouldn't be difficult for me to do that test. I don't think that either one of us would be more qualified than the other.
Are you familiar with the experience that Mr. Sims has in conducting PCR typing on forensic samples?
Yes,
That is a substantial amount of experience, isn't it?
yes.
How many times have you conducted a PCR analysis on evidentiary material, such as in this case?
We don't do PCR on evidentiary material.
Incidentally, with regard to the Department of Justice, it's your opinion, is it not, that they have an excellent handle on contamination as far as their PCR testing?
It's my opinion that every PCR lab, that this is a problem. I feel that they do an adequate job of attempting to limit that in their lab.
Haven't you previously testified they've done an excellent job?
Yes, I believe they have.
Now, I'd like to turn your attention, if I could, to your employment before you came to work for, and can we call it IAD?
Yes,
That's Immunological Associates of Denver.
that's correct.
That included your being a community college teacher, is that right?
Yes, there was a period of time when I taught at community college in Maui,
For how long, approximately?
5 years.
And as part of that teaching, did you conduct instruction by television in the areas of physiology, anatomy, and biochemistry?
I taught a class of anatomy and physiology on television. The biochemistry was not a TV class, but I taught biochemistry.
And was that, and referring to the TV teaching, you'd be in front of a camera and students could watch your teaching, what, in other parts of the Hawaiian Islands?
That's correct.
After that position, did you go to work for a pineapple company?
It was pretty much at the same time. I did.
And for what period of time?
I believe that was between 8 months to a year.
Following that, where were you employed by?
I was employed by the Veterans Administration in Denver, Colorado, at in charge of the MS Center
And then when did you begin at IAD?
in 1988.
Now, Dr. Gerdes, shifting your attention, and you described the fact yesterday that you have written in the area of DNA. Is that right?
I have publications with regard to various types of DNA analysis, yes.
All right. Could you describe for the jury how many of those publications are about forensic stain analysis?
None of them.
Do you have any publication that deals with the area of PCR contamination in forensics?
No.
Have you written any publication about the unsuitability or why PCR shouldn't be used in forensics?
Well, I consider my testimony to be public record, and I have done that 23 times, and I
Objection,
feel
move to
that's the
strike, Your
best
Honor.
way.
Sustained, answer stricken.
How many publications have you written, Dr. Gerdes, describing why PCR shouldn't be used in forensics?
None.
You have made presentations to people, and I'm talking about like a lecture format, about forensic evidence analysis, correct?
Yes.
How many times?
Twice.
What groups have those been to? In other words, who's the audience been?
Public defenders conferences?
And was that true on both occasions?
Yes.
And those are the only presentations about forensic DNA analysis that you've given.
That's correct.
Are you a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences,
No.
the American Society of Crime Laboratory Directors?
No.
Did you attend, for instance, the last annual meeting of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences,
No, I did not.
or the one before that,
No.
or any that have ever occurred?
No.
Have you attended any, well, first of all, are you familiar with the fact that DNA meetings are put on by, for instance, the Federal Bureau of Investigation?
They have forensic meetings, yes.
And have they had, to your knowledge, meetings about DNA?
Yes.
And these are, to your knowledge, are these fairly large meetings?
Perhaps we need to approach the sidebar.
No, I don't, but I think this will become cumulative in a moment.
There's something about the nature of these meetings, Your Honor.
Or you can bring that out on redirect, Counsel.
Let me actually withdraw that question and ask another question. Have you attended any meeting put on by a forensic organization?
Not specifically by a forensic organization. I have attended meetings where forensic topics were included as part of a broader meeting.
Objection, move to strike, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Overruled.
Do you regularly talk with forensic experts?
Fairly regularly.
Who are those individuals?
Well, they're conversations in terms of cases that I'm involved with. So Ed Blake, for instance, Mark Taylor, Ben Grunbaum, Simon Ford, to name a few.
Are any of those individuals involved in this case?
I think some of them are in terms of consultants.
What about Dr. Blake?
Yes.
So you spoke to him in this case?
Not about this case.
Did you have any conversations with Dr. Blake about this case?
I had some conversations just with regard to communications with regard to sending me photographs and things like that.
Are you aware that Dr. Blake was present during testing by the Department of Justice in this case?
Yes.
In terms of wound testing.
Did you communicate with Dr. Blake about any of what he observed about this case in terms of testing by DOJ?
There was some communication about DNA concentrations. Other than that, no.
So in other words, you didn't have any regular communications whatsoever with Dr. Blake about what he may have seen going on during testing at DOJ?
That's true.
You mentioned another name, Mark Taylor, right?
Yes.
Is Mr. Taylor involved in this case?
He was the individual who accompanied me for the visit to the LAPD and took the photographs.
Is he a consultant in this case as well for the defense?
I'm not sure what his role is. I just know he was involved in that way.
You also mentioned the name Simon Ford, correct?
Yes.
Is Simon Ford a forensic DNA analyst?
Yes.
Does he perform casework?
No.
Does he perform any testing whatsoever on forensic evidence?
Not that I'm aware of.
You also mentioned Benjamin Grunbaum, correct?
Yes.
Does Dr. Grunbaum perform any forensic analysis on casework to your knowledge?
He's been in forensics for probably 30 years, but he doesn't at the moment.
Well, objection, move to strike, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Can you tell us any case he's ever performed using DNA typing?
Not with DNA.
You have no specific forensic training, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
You've never taken a class in forensic science?
That's correct.
You've never taught a class in forensic science?
That's correct.
You have no training whatsoever in police evidence gathering techniques, correct?
No formal training.
Well, is a class formal training or informal training by your use?
It'd be formal.
Have you had any class, been to any workshop whatsoever in the collection of physical evidence in a criminal case?
No.
Is it true that you have no personal experience whatsoever in the collection of physical evidence?
That's true.
have you conducted any validation studies involving the analysis of forensic samples?
No.
It's true, isn't it, that you've conducted no experiments in the forensic area?
That's true.
You've done no studies to determine the effects of sunlight, rain, moisture, etc. on crime scene samples. Isn't that correct?
I haven't done any studies myself.
Your expertise, in your view, doesn't involve statistics at all, correct?
That's correct.
As far as this area of forensic DNA analysis, your role is reviewing data from other labs that have conducted testing, correct?
That's true.
And in fact, that's what you've done in this case.
That's true.
You've never tested evidence in a criminal case, correct?
No, I haven't.
You are not an expert in the analysis of evidentiary material using DNA, correct?
I believe I have expertise that speaks to that due to my experience in observing what's going on, reading the forensic literature, and other cases I've been involved with, yes.
Haven't you previously testified that you do not consider yourself an expert in the analysis of evidentiary material using DNA?
I believe I probably stated it the same way I just did.
Do you believe you're an expert in analyzing evidence using DNA typing?
Physically doing the testing?
Correct.
No.
Is it correct that your only connection with forensic cases is reviewing another laboratory's work, usually at the request of a defense attorney?
That's the majority of my experience.
Well, how many times have you been retained by a prosecutor?
Once.
Did that involve a case where a prosecutor was trying to keep DNA evidence out?
Yes.
Was that the only time you've been retained by a prosecutor?
Yes.
So is it correct then, every time you've been retained to look at evidence in an individual case, it has been to try to keep that evidence out?
I think that's vague and overbroad.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Isn't it correct, Dr. Gerdes, that every time you've been retained to review another laboratory's work, it has been with the intent, if possible, of attacking that evidence?
Objection, that's improper in terms of intent.
Sustained.
How many times have you testified as an expert in court in this area?
23 times.
How many times have you been retained to look at laboratory work?
Probably on the order of 30.
You don't testify in all the cases you're retained in, is that right?
That's true. Sometimes cases are, due to the strategy of the particular case, I'm not asked to come in and testify.
Is it correct that sometimes as a result of your review, a defense attorney doesn't call you as a witness?
That's true.
Every time you've testified has been for a criminal defendant, correct?
Yes.
And in each of those testimonies, you have described your opinion about difficulties with PCR, correct?
That's correct.
Now, the laboratories, and I believe you said you've been retained about 30 times, or was that an exact number?
About.
Okay. Is it correct that most of those times it has been to review work done by Dr. Blake?
I wouldn't say most of the time. I would say maybe a third of the time at this point.
So about 10 times? Roughly.
Approximately, yes.
During those 10 times, did you testify?
Yes.
And did you testify to your opinions about the unreliability of results obtained by Dr. Blake?
I testified to my concerns about contamination and PCR in a forensic setting.
And in particular, the reliability of the results reported by Dr. Blake in those cases, correct?
The testimony goes to expressing and explaining the potential risks of this technology.
Well, on those prior occasions. Didn't you testify to 12 or more jurors, including alternates, and were trying to give them reasons why they shouldn't believe the results?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain. Rephrase the question.
Your Honor, the Supreme Court may request a sidebar on this line of questioning.
As far as your testimony in this particular case, haven't you testified to the same things that you've testified to 23 times before?
Objection made.
I've been very consistent. This technology has some risk with it, and I think it's important for the jury to know about those so that they can make a reasonable decision as to how much weight to put on this kind of evidence. And yes, I've always testified to that fact.
How many times have you testified about use of polymarker, for instance?
It's a more recent type of gene system. Without looking it up, I would guess probably 4 or 5 times.
And in those instances, have you testified about why those results or results obtained using polymarker shouldn't be believed by a jury?
Objection to the form of that question.
Sustain. Rephrase the question.
Have you testified in those instances about your concerns about the reliability of results obtained using polymarker?
Polymarker is another PCR system. It's susceptible to the same arguments, the same reservations.
And,
Yes.
and lastly, how many times have you testified, if any, about the marker D1S80?
Perhaps 3 times,
And-
a small number.
And in those instances, have you again testified about your opinions about the unreliability of the use of that genetic marker?
I testify to the risks that need to be considered in any PCR-based testing system.
I have a concern about these questions.
Well, excuse me.
May I approach about this line of questioning?
No, not at this point. Proceed.
Dr. Gerdes, could you describe for us, please, how many times have you personally conducted just the PCR process itself, this amplification process, at an actual bench, lab bench?
Most of the testing that is done in our lab by PCR right now is done by technicians who are under my direction. I probably have personally done on the order of 100 or so, or more.
Is that something you do now?
Did I personally do testing? No.
Correct. And in fact, you testify, do you not? And I mean in areas, well, let me rephrase that. Do you ever testify as a result of your laboratory's work in areas other than forensic stain analysis like this case? You testify about paternity. Why don't
Yes,
make
I
a note
have
of that?
testified with regards to paternity, yes.
When you testify in that regard, do you testify based on the results obtained by your analysts or technicians?
Yes, I do.
In other words, you didn't personally do the work in those cases wherein you ultimately testify.
That's correct, but I'm responsible to review the work, and if you have appropriate controls, you can look at the documentation of this kind of testing and determine if it was done correctly, if the controls look right, you have photos to look at, and so forth, and pick up problems. So that's my responsibility.
And in fact, this process of reviewing the work of a technician, that's the same thing that occurred in this case with regard to Cellmark, for instance.
I'm sorry, I don't understand you.
Sure. As far as the manner in which Cellmark conducted testing, are you familiar with that testing in this case?
Cellmark's testing, yes.
Yes. For instance, who were the bench analysts who conducted the actual physical testing at Cellmark?
Paula Yates, I believe, was one, and I don't recall the other person.
Would it be Julie Cooper?
Julie Cooper.
In other words, they physically conducted the testing as far as using the reagents, conducting electrophoresis, if that was part of an individual process, and so forth, correct?
That's correct.
And in this particular case, are you familiar with the fact that Robin Cotton testified as an expert?
Yes,
You're familiar with Dr. Cotton?
I am.
You've had contact with her before as a result of your review of work done by Cellmark Diagnostics.
Yes, I have.
Dr. Cotton, in this case, testified based on her review of the work conducted by her analysts, correct?
That's correct.
And that's scientifically appropriate to do so, in your opinion, isn't it?
It is.
You described yesterday, Dr. Gerdes, the fact that your laboratory charges $100 an hour for your work in this case. Is that right?
That's correct.
Has your laboratory received funds so far for your work in this case?
Yes.
How much? approximately?
Uh, Somewhere on the order of 20,000, I would guess. I don't know exactly.
Could it be more?
It could be.
Does that include all of the time you've put into this case up to today and right now?
No.
Can you estimate for us the amount of money that your laboratory is owed as a result of your work, including today?
I would guess you probably would add another 10,000 onto that.
So the total would be approximately $30,000, is that right?
That's correct.
Could that amount be higher than that?
I don't have the figures, so it depends on how long I undergo, how long this goes on.
When were you initially retained by the defense in this case?
If I remember correctly, I was first phoned or called in September, either September or October
Of 94?
of 94.
You've put a lot of time into this case.
Yes,
You've reviewed all the typing strips at the Los Angeles Police Department through approximately May of 93 through August of 94, correct?
that's correct.
That's a fairly large task, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
That took a lot of time.
It did.
You also reviewed, well, let me phrase it as a question. Did you review all of the documentation from the Department of Justice in this case?
I did.
That is a very large amount of material also, is that correct?
It is.
Did you review all of the material from Cellmark Diagnostics in this case?
I did.
That is probably a little less than Department of Justice material, is that right?
It is.
But still a substantial amount of data to look at.
Yes.
When you look at this material, it takes a long period of time, doesn't it?
It does.
You described the fact, well, let me rephrase that if I may. What year did you begin with the laboratory, IAD?
1988.
And what year did you begin testifying as an expert for criminal defendants?
1990.
You described the fact yesterday that there is a replacement for you that takes your place when you're either gone or working on other cases, that is criminal cases?
Well, not specifically. It's not like they hire someone to come in. Basically, there are 3 individuals who are directors of this laboratory. We're all directors. And while I'm gone, someone has to take over those responsibilities. They take over.
Okay, so the laboratory doesn't bring in another person.
No.
That is, hires an outside individual.
No, they don't.
Basically, the other directors in your lab, was that the term?
Yes.
They pick up the slack, for lack of a better term?
Yes.
So your laboratory doesn't lose any money in terms of having to pay anyone else?
Not specifically.
Could I have just a moment, Your Honor? As far as your salary, well, do you receive a salary?
Yes, I do.
Does that work out to $100 an hour?
I believe it does. No, it doesn't. It's less than that.
It's substantially less, isn't it?
Can you tell me a yearly figure for $100 an hour so that it'll make it easy for me?
Well, let's see. Let's take an 8-hour day. That's about $800 a day. And how much would that be a week?
Okay, 5,600.
Okay.
So,
How about a 5-day work week instead of 7?
well, okay. I work 7 days a week. Okay, so 4,000. So okay, we're talking about 16,000.
Over 200,000?
No, it would be about half
Okay.
of that.
Can you estimate for us approximately how much your laboratory has profited, how much money they've taken in from your testimony and work in criminal cases? Is there any way you
Total?
put a rough estimate, total?
Over the 5 years, perhaps somewhere on the order of 80,000. or maybe 100,000 over 5 years.
So is it correct then that your laboratory is billing approximately 2 times or twice as much as you make when you're at home working in the lab?
You could interpret it that way.
All right, Dr. Gerdes, I'd like to shift your attention to RFLP typing. You're familiar with it, correct?
Yes,
You have no disagreement whatsoever with its reliability, correct?
that's correct.
In fact, it's been used in science for over 10 years. Is that safe to say?
Yes,
It's developed by Sir Alec Jeffreys in London along with Dr. White, working
Well,
independently.
the underlying scientific principles actually are traced back to an individual named Southern who developed the Southern blotting technique. And those individuals you mentioned were involved in the first to apply it for forensics.
And it's a technology that's used around the world, correct?
That's correct.
Life and death decisions are made based on results using RFLP typing?
I guess you could say that.
Well, diagnosing a disease that might kill a person, that's a life and death matter, isn't it?
Yes,
And it's used to diagnose a whole host of diseases, correct?
it's primarily used in diagnosing genetic diseases and in the looking at certain gene alterations involved in some cancers.
It's used to look at, for instance, whether a person suffers from cystic fibrosis, right?
That's a genetic disease, yes.
It's used to determine whether or not a person has, for instance, muscular dystrophy.
Yes,
It's used to determine whether or not tissue can be transplanted, as you described yesterday, from one person to another.
most labs don't use RFLP at this point.
What do they use now?
They use PCR-based testing.
The same PCR that you described yesterday. The
This-
technology.
The technology is the same, yes.
And in fact, isn't it true that there are a whole host of uses of RFLP typing?
Yes,
You use the RFLP technique in your paternity work, correct?
yes.
Does that ever involve, for instance, making interpretations on bands that might not look exactly like another band from another sample?
It does.
In other words, it involves some interpretation, correct?
That's correct.
You may see faint bands, is that right?
Occasionally.
You may see, as you've used the term, artifacts.
That's true.
Incidentally, when you have conducted a paternity test, does that involve numbers at all when you report results?
Yes, it does.
In other words, you calculate a statistical probability or whatever term to describe how unusual it is to see these two samples matching, for instance, from a child and an alleged father.
We calculate that using what's called Bayesian statistics, which is different than what is used in a forensic setting, but it's statistics.
And does it involve multiplying results over more than one genetic marker?
It does.
IAD doesn't use RFLP typing in any forensic work, that is, by anyone in the laboratory, correct?
That's correct.
Setting aside paternity.
That's correct.
Are you aware of the number of labs using RFLP typing in forensic stain analysis?
I don't know the exact number. I know there are quite a few using that,
It's in the hundreds, isn't it?
perhaps.
Dr. Gerdes, are you offering an opinion to this jury that forensic PCR typing doesn't produce accurate results? That question.
The PCR process itself, the method of amplifying DNA, is a sound scientific principle. But the way in which it is currently, basically my opinion is it's inadequately controlled in forensic testing at the moment. And it hasn't been adequately validated for that technology transfer. That's my testimony.
And you have testified to that for the last 5 years, correct?
I have.
You've offered that opinion all 23 times you've testified, correct?
Yes.
I do have an objection at this point. It has to do, it's a legal ruling with respect to the nature of those proceedings. I think this is...
Excuse me, object to the objection also, Your Honor.
Noted.
I would request a sidebar.
Let's move on.
Dr. Gerdes, in your opinion, then, is PCR also not appropriate to use to exclude people in forensic cases?
That's correct.
Can't use it to include somebody?
That's right.
Can't use it to exclude someone?
The potential error, in my opinion, of additional dots due to contamination could just as likely cause a false exclusion as inclusion.
As you're using the terms inclusion and exclusion, what do you mean? Just to make sure we're talking the
Well,
same
inclusion would mean that you match a sample with an individual that results in them being accused of a crime, in this sense. And exclusion would be that due to that testing, you would come up with a result that would say that they could not have done it.
You do hold the opinion that the use of PCR in medical uses, however, is sufficient in terms of sufficient reliability to be used to produce accurate results.
I do, based on all of the things we talked about yesterday, where we discussed all of those items in terms of technology transfer and the relative risks of the two.
As far as this PCR process, that was invented by Dr. Kerry Mullis, correct?
That's correct.
Is he present in the audience?
He is.
Where is he?
He's sitting second individual over on the first row behind the desk there.
Between Mr. Allman and next to Mr. Douglas,
Yes.
and behind Mr. Scheck.
Isn't it correct, Dr. Gerdes, that your view that PCR is okay to use in medical uses is due to the number of genetic markers that are available to test and the fact that you can confirm those results with other tests?
Compound.
Is it correct that it's your belief that PCR is acceptable to use in medical diagnostics or medical uses because...
I'm sorry. Please finish the question. I'm sorry.
I'll start it again if I may. Thank you. Is it correct, Dr. Gerdes, that your opinion about the scientific acceptance in terms of why you believe it's appropriate to use, I'm referring to PCR in medical diagnostic uses, is based on the number of genetic markers you can look at? That's one reason.
My objection here is to specifically which applications of PCR. I think it's vague.
It's vague. Distinct.
When you feel, and you offered the opinion that the use of PCR in medical uses is appropriate, correct?
It is.
What uses are you referring to?
There are a variety of specific applications. The ones that we use in my lab are the detection of infectious agents such as cytomegalovirus or chlamydia, and the typing of HLA for the purpose of bone marrow transplant, where you know you were working with a sample from a given individual.
Okay, let's start with CMV. That's a virus, correct?
That's correct.
And can we use the term CMV as a
Yes,
shorthand manner?
yes.
When you attempt to diagnose, and is that what you do, use PCR to attempt to diagnose the presence of CMV?
That's correct.
Do you look at just one genetic marker?
Yes, we do.
When you test for the disease, and is it proper to call chlamydia a disease?
Yes.
How many markers do you look at for that particular item?
The kit that is includes one specific marker that you look for.
Is there any significance to looking at multiple markers in an individual sample in the medical arena?
Under certain circumstances, I think that would be a good idea.
As far as criminal cases, do you feel it's a good idea to look at more than one marker?
It gives you additional information.
And the more information that's available, the better, right?
Correct.
As far as PCR, is it correct that there are thousands of U.S. laboratories using PCR?
I think that's a fair statement.
Life and death decisions are made based on the results of PCR typing every day, correct?
Yes.
PCR is used to find out, for instance, if food or dairy products have organisms in them that shouldn't be there, right?
I'm not aware of that. It certainly is possible.
Is it used to diagnose whether or not fetuses have diseases?
Yes.
It's used to diagnose many, if not most, of the same diseases that RFLP typing is either used today or was previously used. Is that right?
That's true.
Incidentally, as far as disease diagnosis, and you have some experience in that area, correct?
That's correct.
As far as the use of PCR, are the results of those diagnoses always clear-cut?
Not always.
In other words, it isn't always either there's a real clear answer that the person has it or there's a real clear answer that the person doesn't, right?
That's correct.
And there are some diseases where there's a gray area in between those two, isn't that right?
That's true.
The results of those uses of PCR are utilized by doctors to counsel people on whether they have a disease, correct?
There, in this situation that you've set up, they would obviously look at other clinical factors to try and make a determination. It would be one aspect of their decision in terms of their diagnosis.
And isn't it true that in many of those instances, doctors have to counsel patients when they have to tell them, you may or may not have this disease?
That's true.
Is that a significant decision in your viewpoint as to what the patient decides?
Yes.
Now, this technology involving PCR has been used to identify American war dead, correct?
Yes.
Including in the Persian Gulf War?
I'm familiar with that, yes.
And isn't it true Cellmark was a laboratory that performed that testing for the United States government?
I believe it was.
Go further along these lines, I think it's cumulative and
Oral.
Is it correct, Dr. Gerdes, that there are over 14,000 publications on the use of PCR, scientific publications?
That's true.
PCR is used by every molecular biology lab that you're aware of, correct?
Absolutely.
Is it your opinion that there's no self-respecting molecular biologist alive who doesn't use PCR right now?
I think that's a fair statement.
Now, PCR in your own lab at IAD has been used since what year?
We started using it when I arrived at IAD, 1988 or shortly thereafter.
That was, well, let me rephrase that. Already in place in your laboratory were RFLP techniques, correct?
No, actually, I was hired to set those up.
So when you came into the lab, you introduced both RFLP typing and PCR typing.
That's correct.
Your laboratory then has used PCR either in a development phase or in an actual casework phase then for about 7 years. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Is it correct that most of the current work that your laboratory performs is done by PCR?
No, that's not true.
What percentage would you estimate of the casework at your lab? Well, let's broaden it out. What percentage would you estimate of all the work conducted in your laboratory is done by PCR?
Approximately 30%.
Does that include casework,
Yes.
where you report out results following the use of PCR in the areas of, for instance, whether a person has CMV?
That's correct. I wouldn't be 30% of the CMV diagnosis. The problem is certain techniques use PCR, and we use them for that. Other techniques use other scientific methods, and we do a wide range of different tests.
Now, you routinely use PCR for this virus detection,
For CMV,
right?
we do, yes.
And that's a viral infection, right?
Correct.
What is it you actually analyze? What do you receive in the lab to look at?
We receive a blood specimen.
Is that a difficult diagnosis?
It is a difficult diagnosis in terms of traditional methods. I feel that PCR has made it, our quantitative PCR, once it was adapted to a quantitative method, has made that diagnosis more reliable.
As far as this virus use of PCR, let me rephrase that if I might. In your use of PCR to detect this virus, are you looking for levels of the virus as opposed to whether a particular allele is present?
That's correct.
So you're interpreting a range of possible data and make a decision within that range whether or not the virus is there.
Number one, is it there? And number two, how much is there?
Do you have to make any subjective interpretations about the levels as far as making a conclusion whether the person has it?
It's an objective conclusion based on a standard curve that we have derived and the methodology we've derived so that we can precisely measure levels of the DNA from CMZ.
Incidentally, and I'm not sure the term came up yesterday, but it may have, but one of the instruments used in PCR frequently is called a thermal cycler. Is that right?
That's correct.
And your laboratory, I assume, has one or more thermal cyclers?
Yes.
Who manufactures that product?
PerkinElmer.
Also, and you're aware of testimony, are you not, about a corporation referred to as Roche?
Correct.
And in fact, Roche manufactures the typing kit used in this case for DQ alpha, polymarker, and the other PCR marker, in this case D1S80.
That's correct.
Is there any relationship between PerkinElmer and Roche?
Yes.
What's that?
I don't know the details, but basically Roche holds the licensing, the patent, if you will, for the PCR process, and they have negotiated a marketing agreement through PerkinElmer for PerkinElmer to market the kits that Roche develops.
So your laboratory bought this thermal cycler from PerkinElmer, who is related to Roche, correct?
Correct.
In your opinion, is that thermal cycler that you used reliable?
That's the best thermal cycler on the market, in my opinion.
Does it have a model number?
The one we use is called a 9600. There are other models, but that's the one that we have.
How many samples can you place in that thermal cycler at one time?
It has a capability of 96.
Incidentally, when well, let me rephrase it. Your technicians use the thermal cycler, correct?
That's correct.
And they place tubes in the various wells in the thermal cycler?
That's correct.
Do they change gloves between every sample that they touch when they put in the samples?
They change gloves between samples when they prepare those tubes.
That's
I
not
mean,
what
the
I'm
tubes the tubes are in strips so that after you've placed them, I mean, once you've loaded the tube, then you put it in the thermocycler. You're carrying like a rack of tubes that are placed in.
When they place tubes, individual tubes into the thermal cycler, do they change gloves between each tube?
Not when they're placing it in the thermocycler.
What's the most number of samples that have been run in that cycler at one time?
It has a capability of 96.
What's the most that have been run in your laboratory?
In my
at one time?
laboratory?
Correct.
I think there have been a couple of occasions where we've run all 96.
And that's the most that it'll hold, correct?
Correct. That wasn't on casework, however.
Do you know what type of thermal cycler the Los Angeles Police Department uses?
They have the 9600 as well.
Same exact thermal cycler that you have in terms of the model and its capabilities.
Correct.
What about the Department of Justice?
I think they have the 480, if I remember correctly, which is the model that preceded the 9600.
Is there anything in your opinion about the model 480 that's unreliable as opposed to the 9600?
No.
What about Cellmark?
They also, I believe they also have the 480.
Incidentally, you also described bone marrow transplant tests that are performed in your lab, correct?
Correct.
Do those use PCR in any manner?
Yes, they do.
And you've also described this national registry, correct?
Correct.
The National Registry requires, for purposes of inclusion in this registry, PCR typing be done, correct?
That's correct.
And in particular, they require that a particular genetic marker region be used to conduct that typing, correct?
That's correct.
That's the HLA region?
It's not the same, it's not DQ alpha. It's another HLA gene. It's called DR beta.
Okay, my question was, is that part of the HLA gene?
It's part of that complex, but there are more than one gene in that complex, so it's not the same gene, but it's in the same area.
Is it correct then that the DQ alpha gene is in the same area as the exact gene that you test in your laboratory for bone marrow typing?
Yes.
You've mentioned DQ alpha and I believe DQ beta yesterday as well.
Yes.
Are they related?
Yes, they are.
And I think you may have mentioned DR as well. Are these just different particular genes that are located close to one another?
Yes.
Do you test the DQ beta gene in your lab?
Yes.
Do you test the DR gene in your lab?
Yes.
Isn't it correct that by testing more than one gene, you increase the likelihood of your finding important information in your work in your laboratory?
Yes.
Do you use PCR for any other purposes other than bone marrow transplant information and looking for CMV?
We are very close to using it for the purpose of looking at donors, as I explained the other day, in terms of looking for infectious agents in donors.
Incidentally, as far as the actual process of conducting PCR typing, amplification and then typing, that process in a broad sense is the same whether it's medical or forensic, correct?
The basic setting up of the method in terms of how it's set up, that's the same, yes.
In your lab, do you ever test degraded samples?
No.
Is it your testimony that you've never conducted any casework analysis on a degraded sample?
Yes.
As far as the use of PCR in other laboratories, and let's go outside criminal cases and forensic, isn't it correct that PCR is used on degraded samples?
It's being used for that.
What are some examples of that?
In the forensic community?
No, outside forensics.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood your question then. I'm
Okay.
having a hard time thinking of one.
Are you aware of the use of PCR, for instance, in the study of endangered animals?
This is irrelevant.
No, I'm not.
You've never heard of it?
No.
Are you aware of the use of PCR? Well, you are aware of the use of PCR to identify remains of war dead, correct?
It's in a different context.
I'm aware that is done.
Well, wasn't it
Specifically degraded samples, correct?
correct?
All right, proceed.
You're aware that it's done on war dead?
We've established that.
Isn't it correct that that PCR typing was used on, for instance, soldiers who were brutally killed in the Persian Gulf War?
Sustained. You've already asked that.
All right. Isn't it true that with regard to that usage, that those are bodies that have been violently killed out in the desert?
Objection to this line at this point, Your Honor.
Overruled. Goes to the, this is in the context of degraded samples.
Correct.
All right, proceed.
Yes, that's true.
Would you consider a body that's been out in the desert for hours or days degraded?
Yes.
PCR has been used to type mummies, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Is that a degraded sample?
I'm sure it is.
You described, for instance, the use of this... I'm sorry, let me rephrase that question. Your work in your laboratory is mainly with infectious materials as far as PCR, right?
Well, we do both infectious materials as well as HLA typing, and those I don't think would be considered. The registry individuals are not considered to be infectious. Of course, you handle everything as though it's potentially infectious.
Is PCR used to, for instance, type the presence of certain diseases in samples that have been obtained during a biopsy? For instance, a portion removed from a person's body.
Occasionally it can be done for that.
Is that a sterile sample?
It's collected sterilely in an operating room, for instance.
Okay, but is the sample sterile, or as you've used the term, was it aseptic?
Well, certainly tissue is sterile when you collect it unless it's infected.
And if it's infected, it isn't sterile, is it?
No.
And in fact, those samples are frequently sent out for PCR typing to determine whether or not there is a disease or infection there, right?
Yes, but what you're looking for there is the infection.
Are you aware of the use of PCR on samples that have been preserved in paraffin?
PCR has been used for that.
What is a sample preserved in paraffin? Could you describe that?
In the normal process of doing what's called pathology, tissue samples are frequently embedded with this wax or paraffin that allows you to cut sections and put them on a microscope slide and see the morphology, the architecture of the cells, and pathologists then can look at that and determine disease states.
Are those samples ever degraded?
I wouldn't consider it degraded. They're basically fixed and then embedded with this paraffin, and the process itself results in cross-linking of the protein in the sample to the DNA, so that it's very difficult to extract the DNA after that.
Well, you say you wouldn't consider it degraded. These can be samples that are years old, can't they?
Yes, but they're fixed and embedded in paraffin. That pretty much preserves them.
Well, is it your testimony that those samples that are preserved in paraffin, the DNA is in exactly as good a form as it was when it was removed?
Yes, it is.
So there's no degradation in those samples that may be years old, period.
There's no degradation in that section. When you try and extract the DNA, because of the cross-linkage, you get DNA that is in smaller pieces. But it's not due to any kind of contamination with bacteria that eat, nothing like that.
That never happens.
Not in those sections.
There's a fairly common term known as a pap smear, is that right?
Yes,
And that's taken from women as part of an analysis, correct? Or for purposes of an analysis.
yes.
In your opinion, is that an example of a sample that is sterile?
No, it's not sterile.
That sample, while not sterile, is still tested to determine whether or not there may be a disease present in that individual.
Yeah, but what you're misunderstanding is you're testing for an infectious agent in that. You're not testing for a specific human gene. So you're looking for the contaminant in this case.
Well,
You're looking for the bacterial contaminant.
are there any other contaminants that might be present in that sample?
There are a variety of things, I'm sure, but
The presence of those variety of contaminants doesn't stop that sample from being tested for the disease that's being looked for, correct?
the PCR is very precise, and you design it so that you're only looking for the specific microorganism you're interested in, such as chlamydia, which we do in our lab. That particular PCR will not detect herpes or a variety of other things that perhaps might be in that sample. It's designed to very specifically look for only the chlamydia organism.
So in other words, one of the important components or parts of PCR typing is designing it to look for what the scientist is trying to find.
That's true, and if you have a system that looks just simply for human DNA, that's where the problem comes in.
Well, objection, move to strike the last portion of the answer, Your Honor. As far as known samples in your lab, do you use any cards? And by card, I mean a card that a portion of a liquid blood sample would be poured onto so that it can be used in that form.
Never.
Are you aware of that in the that is its use in the medical diagnostic area?
I believe there are some areas where they're doing that, looking for infectious. Perhaps I've read papers on hepatitis, for instance, where they'll do that. But again, you're misunderstanding. In that case, you're looking for the hepatitis organism, so you have a
I'm
specific
sorry, Your Honor.
mechanism.
Objection, move to strike the last portion. As far as DNA, DNA is something that basically degrades, correct?
It can.
And it can degrade to the point where there's no activity left, or the DNA perishes, for lack of a better term.
Well, degradation just simply means that due to whatever reason, the DNA is this long, stringy molecule. It starts getting chopped up into smaller and smaller pieces. Ultimately, you end up with such small pieces that when you attempt to analyze it, you can't.
Focusing on samples, and let's just take a blood stain, for instance, that's outside. Something outside can be exposed to sunlight, right?
Yes.
Sunlight doesn't change a DNA type, does it?
No.
Rain doesn't change a DNA type, does it?
No.
Soil doesn't change a type?
No.
Leaves don't change a DNA type?
No.
Those things can, however, lead to DNA being less and less typable. In other words, the DNA be at levels where it becomes more difficult to get an answer, if one can get an answer at all.
That's correct.
Isn't it correct that the difference between medical specimens that are subjected to PCR and forensic specimens is where the sample came from?
That's one difference.
That's the most important difference, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, you're familiar in this case of testimony that has described that following PCR, several genetic markers were typed using this dot blot technique.
Yes.
And in fact, you've observed the use of that technique in all approximately 30 cases you've reviewed, right?
Correct.
You use dot blotting in your own laboratory, correct?
The direct dot blotting, yes. It's a little different, but the same, essentially the same.
In other words, whether direct or indirect, that's not a major difference, or is that a significant difference in terms of the opinions you've offered over the last 2 days?
I don't believe so.
That dot blotting in your laboratory includes dot blotting following PCR on vaginal specimens, correct?
No, we don't do dot blotting on vaginal specimens.
Have you ever done dot blotting on vaginal specimens in your laboratory?
At one time, we did look for an organism, human papillomavirus, using that technology, but we don't at the moment.
I hope that term has is it also nicknamed HPV?
Yes.
Do you take photographs of the dot blots in your laboratory?
Yes. Well, it depends. I mean, basically, our system at the moment, the way we run dot blots is the detection methodology is what's called chemoluminescence, and it results in basically the release of light during the reaction. And so it's more like developing a photograph. So what we really keep are what would be similar to the negatives.
All right. As far as, have you ever photographed dot blots in your laboratory?
We've either used autoradiography or chemoluminescence, so I don't believe so.
As far as your own experience in criminal cases, that has included looking at photographs of dot blots, correct?
Yes.
Looking at a photograph isn't the same as looking at a strip live, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, would it be correct to say that the analyst who sees a dot blot strip live is in a better position to see exactly the reactions that have occurred?
One of the limitations of this system is those dots fade fairly rapidly. So it is true that the analyst might see something that would fade away, and then when you photograph it, it wouldn't be present in the photo where it could have been there in the original.
Are errors made in your laboratory during testing?
I think errors are a fact of life. Everyone makes errors.
Are errors made in the diagnostic and clinical work in your laboratory?
Errors are made. We do everything we can to prevent errors, and I can't say that we've never made an error. They are a fact of life.
Well, some of the techniques that you use or have used in your laboratory have a certain error rate, don't they?
Yes.
You've tested for HIV in your laboratory in the past, correct?
Yes.
And do you currently test for HIV?
Yes.
Incidentally, does HIV cause AIDS?
I guess that's a controversial question.
I think he testified to that yesterday. It's in the record.
It's HIV is the
Let's let Dr.
prominent
Well, hold
consensus
on,
is it does
hold on,
cause AIDS.
Hold on. Let's move on to something else.
Very well. As far as this HIV testing in your laboratory, have there been sort of two phases to that HIV testing using PCR?
I'm not sure what you're getting at.
Okay. As far as HIV testing, how do you conduct that testing, just in terms of the technology used?
Well, at the present time, for the purpose of screening donors, if that's what you're asking about, we use what's called a serological technique, which
Okay,
is looking at antibodies as opposed to looking at DNA.
in broad terms, would that be comparable as far as the broad technology to the serology testing conducted by the Los Angeles Police Department in this case?
I guess so.
As far as that testing, did that then lead to a different form or different method of testing for HIV in your laboratory?
Well, it didn't really lead to it. It's just that that particular way of looking for a virus is to look directly at the nucleic acid, which is the infectious part of the virus.
All right, so we can refer to one method as an indirect method and one method as a direct method?
Correct.
As far as the indirect method, what error rate did that method have as used in your laboratory?
Well, any of these are basically tests that are clinical diagnostic kits, and before those are released for that purpose in any laboratory, the FDA goes through validation studies that define what is known as the specificity and sensitivity of a test kit. And the specificity means how specific is it to what you're looking for. That is, do you only detect AIDS, or maybe in certain clinical situations might you get a false indication that it isn't, it's positive, but it really isn't AIDS. And as far as sensitivity, it says how many people who are infected are truly identified as being infected. So in any one of the aspects of any test, any laboratory test, is that none of them are perfect. And what you need to do is identify the parameters and the guidelines that allow you to weight to determine how much weight to put on that test. So we use that kit, and the error rate that is reported for that kit, I think the original kit was probably 98% specific and 98 or 99% sensitive.
Isn't it correct that the earlier method, the indirect method, had an error rate of between 10 and 15%?
I don't believe it was that high
Haven't you
for
previously
HIV.
Haven't you previously testified that the error rate for the earlier technique was between 10 and 15%?
I believe I may have been talking about HCV there, not HIV.
I'm sorry, HCV?
The
What is
early kits on that had a higher false positive rate, and it has to do with the fact that you're looking for a virus that's found very infrequently in the population, so it's called low incidence, and that creates a problem in terms of this false positive situation.
Is an error rate of 10 to 15% in your view acceptable?
No.
Let's move to the newer form of HIV testing. That is the direct method? Is that
Yes.
the term that we can use?
Yes.
Does it have an error rate also?
There is no FDA-approved test for that, so there's nothing published in terms of what that rate is. I'm sure it will have an error rate.
Haven't you determined in your own lab that with regard to this second form of HIV testing that you encountered an error rate of between 2 and 5%?
For PCR testing?
Correct.
No, we haven't measured an error rate.
Have you in fact encountered an error rate of between 2 and 5% for any of your testing in your laboratory that you use, that is techniques used in casework?
I think you can find blind trials, for instance, of PCR testing, where error rates for detecting viruses are that high, or perhaps.
And are these techniques that are still used in casework?
They are used, and what you need to know is what that error rate is. The important thing is knowing the error rate so that you can look at whatever the data is and properly evaluate how much weight to put onto it based on what your probability of making a mistake is.
In other words, with an error rate of, let's say, 1 to 2%, that's a portion of what a doctor may use in counseling a patient about whether that patient has a disease or not.
They take that into consideration, or should take that into consideration. If a test result doesn't seem to fit with their clinical impression, they would retest.
All right. Dr. Gerdes, I'm going to ask to shift your attention to the DQ alpha marker. I think we spoke a little bit about it earlier. It's your opinion, isn't it, that there is absolutely nothing scientifically suspect about the DQ alpha gene?
Nothing about the gene, no.
How many laboratories are testing for DQ alpha in forensics, to your knowledge?
I'm sure there are on the order of 100 or more.
You've actually personally, that is your laboratory, looked at the DQ alpha marker. I believe you described that yesterday.
With the direct dot blot, yes. Not with this kit.
By the other dot blotting method.
Yes,
Your laboratory does more work with this other marker closely related called DQ beta, correct?
correct.
And is that because it has more different forms than DQ alpha does?
It's more polymorphic and it's more relevant to the reason we look for it, which is for matching in transplants.
In other words, for your purposes, DQ beta is more informative in your laboratory than DQ alpha because it gives you more information about what you're in particular looking for.
Correct.
Your experience as far as DQ alpha is concerned comes primarily from cases that you've looked at in your role as a defense consultant, correct?
In terms of this kit, yes,
You've never used the kit, correct?
that's correct.
And I'm referring to the kit manufactured by Roche or developed by Roche, marketed by PerkinElmer, used by all three laboratories in this case, correct?
Correct,
Cellmark, Department of Justice, and the LAPD.
correct.
To your knowledge, is this kit being used around the world in forensic analysis?
I believe it's being used in other countries.
Now, you expressed the fact that you're familiar with the user guide, is that right?
Yes,
And is that, I think we've brought this up before, does it look something like what I have entitled Amplitype User Guide?
that looks like the cover, yes.
And is that something that one can obtain from PerkinElmer
Yes,
to act as a guide in conducting this test?
that's correct.
In your opinion, that is a good guide, isn't that your opinion?
I believe there, in general, there are certain specific areas of it that I disagree with, but in general, it's a good guide.
Are there any publications, to your knowledge, scientific publications showing that the use of the Roche kit, DQ alpha kit, is unreliable?
There are no publications that will specifically conclude that it's totally unreliable. There are numbers of publications that discuss the contamination issues and other issues we've brought up.
Do you use kits in your laboratory typing? Any kits?
We use clinical kits, yes,
Is the use of kits in a clinical laboratory common?
it is.
Do you, in fact, use a kit in your own laboratory developed and manufactured by Roche?
The chlamydia kit, yes.
There are in this user guide, actually let's talk about two things. First, the user guide itself. It contains protocols on how to conduct PCR DQ alpha typing, correct?
Yes, it's sort of the cookbook, if you will.
There's also a second item that comes with the kit, correct? And it's a different document from this user guide.
The package insert?
What's the package insert?
Oh, that's, it comes with the kit, and it's pretty much an abbreviated version of this larger user guide. It also describes more succinctly how you would set up the test.
In other words, it's also a cookbook, but it's kind of directly relevant to how to do each step.
Yes,
It's your opinion, is it not, that the user guide and the package insert describe correct scientific procedures for this test?
the procedures for setting it up are certainly, I agree with those.
All right, would this be an appropriate time, Your Honor?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the lunch hour. Dr. Gerdes, you can step down.
Please keep the noise down.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please remember all of my admonitions to you. Don't discuss this case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the case. We'll stand in recess for an hour and a half until 1:30. And at that time, we'll take up the Stockdale issue, the motion. All right? All right, have a nice lunch. We'll see you back at 1:30. All right, back on the record in the Simpson matter. All parties are again present. Jury is not present. All right, this is a... Let's have it quiet in the courtroom, please. This is a motion to compel the defense to produce an audio cassette from one Gretchen Stockdale for inspection and copying. All right, I'll hear from the people.
I think that I'd like to save the court some time. The court has read our moving papers. If I may, I'd like to waive my first argument to the court and respond to Mr. Yeoman's argument, if that's acceptable.
All right.
Well, Your Honor, what we have here is a tempest in a teapot, I think, but there is an important principle at stake, and the principle involves the continuous efforts of the prosecution to push this concept of reciprocal discovery beyond the constitutional limits and turn the defense into agents or investigators for the prosecution. What we have here is, in the normal course of investigation of the defense case, an interview of a witness by the name of Gretchen Stockdale, who informed us last September that on the evening of June 12th, she received a telephone message on her message machine from the defendant, from Mr. Simpson, at 7:35 p.m. The message has been reproduced in a word-for-word transcript in the New York Daily News. The message was simply a call from Mr. Simpson indicating, "Hey, Gretchen, sweetheart, it's Orenthal James, who is finally at a place in his life where he is like totally unattached with everybody," and then a laugh. In any event, I've got a Sunday evening. I guess I'm catching a red eye at midnight or something to Chicago, but I'll be back Monday night. If you leave me a message, leave it on, and then leaving a telephone number to call back. So, of course, we knew of this prior to trial. We asked Ms. Stockdale for a copy of the message, and she gave us a cassette tape on which she had copied the message, but she retained the original telephone mini cassette, and we were led to believe that what we had was simply a copy of what she still had on her recording message machine. The contemplation of the defense was actually at one point to call Ms. Stockdale as a defense witness, because we regard this, of course, as exculpatory evidence that at 7:30 on the night of the homicide, Mr. Simpson is calling a lady friend to see if she's available to get together. That certainly murder or mayhem was not on his mind when he made that telephone call. We decided not to use this in our case in chief, so of course there was no obligation to turn any of this material over. The reciprocal discovery law simply requires us to turn over the evidence we intend to present at trial and the statements of the witnesses we intend to call at trial. And we did not intend and do not intend to call Gretchen Stockdale as a witness. Now, the prosecution learned of the existence of Ms. Stockdale and learned of the existence of this telephone message before they rested their case. And they apparently decided not to use it either. So the request at this point in the trial for the production of this tape is somewhat of a mystery. Number one, it certainly doesn't come under the reciprocal discovery law. This is not evidence that we are required to produce under the reciprocal discovery law, and I think they concede that in their moving papers. The only authority they rely on to require the production of this tape is Sanchez and Meredith, which deal with the defense's obligation not to conceal inculpatory evidence from the prosecution. Sanchez involved literally a written confession by the defendant and a murder checklist, highly incriminating inculpatory evidence that the defense took possession of and conceitedly knew when they were taking possession of it that they then had the only copies available. And their retention of that evidence would have deprived the prosecution of any access to that evidence. Here, of course, we have evidence that is available. They know of Ms. Stockdale's existence. They have available an accurate transcription of the tape. It's too late to call her. It certainly does not appear relevant as any sort of rebuttal at this point, so it's not even at this point any longer admissible evidence. But even if it were, it is readily available to the prosecution. So on that basis, we would contend we have no obligation to preserve or to produce this evidence for the prosecution. If we did, then Your Honor would have to say that everything that the defense has in its possession that we're not going to put on in our case that we think might be of some conceivable use to the prosecution, we should now turn over so we can help strengthen their case. And that's not the point of reciprocal discovery.
Thank you, Mr. Ullman. Ms. Clark. I'm most concerned about the fact that Ms. Stockdale has apparently been known to both sides for a considerable period of time, certainly prior to the prosecution resting, and that what the defense has in its possession is a copy, not the original.
That's not the information we have, Your Honor. We did, in fact, speak to Ms. Stockdale in June. I don't know what exactly was known to the prosecution about her involvement with the defendant or the tape. I myself only learned of the tape very recently, its existence.
Well,
Nevertheless,
the problem is that the transcript of the tape was published in the New York Daily News in mid-May of 1995.
Yeah, I'm aware of that, Your Honor, but the transcript, a cold transcript, cannot tell the prosecution what's the tone of voice, how it sounds, where the call is made from, which might be very telling.
Well, the issue
But-
is when were you aware of it, and is this the original?
Yes, Your Honor. No, it's first of all, the information we have from Ms. Stockdale is that they have the original. She turned it over to Mr. Pavlik and has no copy with her anymore. So there's no way for the people to get it except through the defense because they have the only one. And that is what she told our investigator. We have that report attached to our moving papers. So there is no other way for us to get it. Now, furthermore, whether we knew of it or not, the defense had the obligation to turn this over. And let me explain why, Your Honor. I'm very troubled by defense counsel's characterization of his duties regarding discovery. The discovery obligations that the defense has with respect to this issue are framed most appropriately under People v. Meredith, not Sanchez, and not Prop 115. The defense is not required to act as our agents. That's clear, and no one argues to the contrary. But when physical evidence comes into the possession of the defense and thereby alters it either by reason of its location, its discoverability, or its condition, they are required to put the people in the same position as if they had not altered it by any of those means. By taking into his possession the tape that Ms. Stockdale had, Mr. Pavlik altered the condition by means of its location and made it undiscoverable by the people. By no means of investigation could we ever have obtained that other than the means we are attempting to use through this court, which is a discovery motion. It is in their possession. Were there some other means of getting a hold of it, we would have done so. But we have been prevented from doing so. And under People v. Meredith, the defense is now required to put us back into that same position, by the very least, giving it back to Ms. Stockdale. I submit that Mr. Pavlik should come into court and divulge the whereabouts of that tape. But certainly, we are not to be put in a position of having the tape be rendered undiscoverable by the fact that the defense has kept it and secreted it. Now, counsel has an interesting take on what the obligations of defense counsel are in saying, it's exculpatory, therefore I don't have to turn it over. If we accept that proposition, Your Honor, then all the defense has to do to avoid their obligation is say, well, but it's exculpatory. We don't have to turn it over. Well, that's true. The murderer wrote a letter admitting that he killed her, but, we don't have to turn it over because we think it's exculpatory. It shows evidence of mental insanity or a mental defense, so therefore it's exculpatory. I mean, you can see how you can take that sort of thing to its logical extreme, at which point they'd have no obligation under meritus at all.
But fundamentally, the bottom line here that I have to know before I can rule on this, is this the original or is it a copy? The report from Dana Thompson indicates in a hearsay declaration, in fact it's a report, it's not even a declaration, that Ms. Stockdale indicated to him on June the 12th that
21st, wasn't it?
June 21st, that the copy that was given to Mr. Pavlik was the only copy of that tape, or the only tape recording in her possession of that
Right.
phone call. What I've heard from Mr. Ullman is that, no, this is a copy of a microcassette,
We had
which some phone machines are and some machines aren't. So
Right.
I have two hearsay statements that are in conflict with each other factually. If
Assume
what
for-
Mr. Ullman says that all they have is a copy that was given to them and you have equal access to the same source, then his side wins. If you're correct that this is the only tape recording of that conversation, then you're right, it is real evidence, and under Meredith, you're entitled to it. I agree. But I have a factual dispute here that I can't resolve.
But, Your Honor, why would we bring a motion before the court if we had equal access to it? Why bother? We don't need this. We don't need to file more paper. We've killed enough trees in this case. The court has heard from us enough through oral argument that we don't need to wear out our welcome further. There would be no reason to bring this motion if we had equal access. We want to hear the tape. And the truth of the matter is we can't because we can't get it and because the defense has it.
No, but the point I'm making is that I have a factual dispute, that all I have before me are a hearsay statement from you and a representation from counsel that is contradictory. That's what I got.
Then we're going to have a hearing?
It looks that way.
Darn. Okay. We
But
should
Ms.
call in.
Stockdale is available.
Yes. Yes. Okay. When would you like it, Your Honor?
I
Ms.
would only add, Your Honor, that you have two other things. You know that the availability of the information from Ms. Stockdale was equally available to the prosecution. They have the record showing the telephone call made on June 12th. They could have gone to Ms. Stockdale just as we did. And we also know that the Daily News was apparently able to obtain a tape and report a verbatim transcript of this telephone call. So there must be another copy out there somewhere.
Must be.
Must be, but if we can't get our hands on it, then what good does that do?
Well,
We got to find out.
have you served Ms. Stockdale with an SDT
I believe
or a
that
subpoena?
this was an issue that we conferred on, and I believe that we have. I believe that we have, Your Honor. We conferred about what would be the best method to try and elicit this from her, and I believe we filed an SDT, and then we brought the motion before the court because that was not successful. I think what we do is,
This hearing will take all of 10 minutes.
I'm informed, Your Honor, that she told us when we served the SDT on her that she did not have it. So this hearing would take less than 10 minutes.
10 minutes, all right.
All right. So when would you like to do
Mr.
it?
Ullman, when are you going to be available?
I'll be back next Tuesday, Your Honor.
Tuesday it is.
Calendared some hearings for Tuesday afternoon.
What time would you like, Your Honor?
Well, either before or after on Tuesday.
Sounds great.
Like I say, this is a factual determination.
Right,
Where's the original tape?
right,
Right.
right. It should be very simple. I'll get Ms. Stockdale.
All right, since we all agree it's a simple factual issue, let's move on to the jury.
Thank you.
All right. Deputy McNair? All right, let the record reflect we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Gerdes, would you resume the witness stand, please? All right, the record should reflect Dr. John Gerdes is on the witness stand undergoing cross-examination by Mr. Clark. Good afternoon again, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
You reminded, sir, you are still under oath, and Mr. Clark, you may continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Gerdes, just going back for a moment if I can, you described this morning how, as far as your paternity testing in your lab, that you used databases to calculate some numbers to describe how rare a match is between an alleged father, let's say, and a child, correct?
You're using a different type of statistics, that's correct.
As far as that method is concerned, do you use databases to make that calculation?
Yes.
Where are the databases from that you use in your laboratory for that purpose?
The database we use is obtained from Life Codes.
Is Life Codes a forensic laboratory?
They do forensic testing, yes.
Do you use any other databases other than those from Life Codes?
We have our own database as well, but we generally use the Life Codes-based database.
Now, I'd like to shift your attention, if I could, to polymarker that we discussed a little bit earlier this morning. Polymarker consists of more than one genetic marker, is that right?
That's correct.
And how many does it consist
5.
of? As far as this polymarker is concerned, is it also a test that's used using a kit?
Yes, it is.
And does Roche, in fact, manufacture, or through PerkinElmer market, the particular kit that's used to type the polymarkers?
They do.
As far as your own personal experience, have you used that particular polymarker kit?
We haven't used it for any casework, but I have had an occasion to run one kit's worth, which is 100 samples.
So you've used one kit and you've run 100 samples through the polymarkers.
Yeah, I'm not even sure we ran all of them, but we've run at least half that amount, I would say.
So something less than 100 samples.
Yes, something less than 100.
Does that constitute then your personal familiarity with the polymarker kit?
As far as actually running it, yes.
You haven't done any other testing using any other techniques for these 5 genetic markers, have you, other than
No.
the one time with the kit?
No.
As far as presentations, and this would be lectures, have you attended any lectures or presentations reporting information about validating the use of the polymarker in forensics?
I haven't attended any lectures, is it, or meetings, is that what you're saying?
Yes, any presentations?
No.
This particular set of 5 genetic markers, are they all amplified at the same time using this thermal cycler, the machine that actually copies the DNA over and over again?
Yes.
Is there anything unique about that to forensics as far as multiplying more than one marker at the same time?
It's done with genetic applications as well.
So in other words, this amplifying a number of markers at the same time is actually also used in disease diagnosis, correct?
Yes.
And that would be a clinical use?
Yes.
As far as these markers themselves, are they simply 5 more genetic markers that are used to type samples in a forensic case?
Yes.
In other words, there's nothing unique about them in comparison to DQ alpha.
Other than they're a different gene, different genes.
And then in that same vein, I'd like to turn your attention to D1S80. Have you ever tested that particular marker in your laboratory?
No.
Have you bought or used the kit? Well, let me rephrase that. As far as this particular marker, is it also tested in kit form commonly?
Yes.
And is that again another kit marketed by PerkinElmer, manufactured by Roche?
It is.
Have you ever bought or used that particular kit?
No.
Is that again simply another marker that's available for use in terms of being another particular genetic marker in addition to DQ alpha and the 5 polymarkers?
Yes.
Is there anything unique about D1S80 that makes it a good or bad marker?
That particular marker is a little different. It doesn't use the dot blot detection methodology. It's a little different detection That's the only major difference.
So in other words, the way that the marker's actually typed is a little bit different than DQ alpha and the poly markers, right?
That's correct.
Is it actually read, and you may have read testimony and descriptions of D1S80 results, is it actually read a little more like the RFLP method?
It is.
And there's nothing wrong with utilizing that particular method of telling different types than instead using, let's say, a dot blotting technique.
Objections, wrong, vague questions.
Sustain or rephrase the question.
As far as typing D1S80 by this method that's more like RFLP typing, is there anything unreliable about that technique?
All of these are, again, the point is that they're all PCR-based tests. They're all susceptible to the dangers of, because of the sensitivity of the test.
Well, just referring you now to the way that it's typed, setting aside your concerns that you've expressed, is there anything different about typing it by the more RFLT type, P-type banding pattern method versus simply dot blotting it?
Well, it's different. There's nothing wrong with it if that's what you're, as far as that type of detection system.
Have you ever, and you have described, let me ask one question first. You've described the fact that in your laboratory you use, was it FDA-approved tests?
The clinical testing, the majority of them are FDA approved, yes.
Okay. Is there anything about FDA approval that means you either can or can't use it in a clinical setting?
The regulation is in terms of being able to market a kit for the purpose of clinical testing. The FDA, a clinical lab can run a test that's not FDA approved. They have to just do their own validation and satisfy CLIA that that's been done.
Do you do any testing in your laboratory using techniques that are not FDA approved?
Yes,
For example, what?
the CMV test for PCR.
And this is a test that you use in casework with samples that come into the lab to determine whether the CMV virus is present at sufficient levels that some medical danger may exist.
That's correct.
Are there any other tests that you use in your laboratory that are not FDA approved?
None that come to mind at the moment.
I don't believe I've asked, as far as the CMV testing itself, what percentage roughly of the casework in your laboratory does it constitute?
You mean in terms of HLA and everything else?
Yes, of casework.
Less than 10%.
Is it your testimony that unless a test is FDA approved, it shouldn't be used?
No, the point behind FDA approval is it's generally considered as the ultimate validation for a clinical-based test. It doesn't mean that testing can't be done just because it isn't FDA approved.
And as far as the forensic tests used in this case, they don't have FDA approval, correct?
The FDA does not approve forensic-based testing.
The absence of that FDA approval does not mean that the tests are unreliable simply because they don't have FDA approval, correct?
That's correct.
Is it correct, Dr. Gerdes, that one general measure of scientific acceptability of a test is the number of labs who are using the technology and cross-checking one another?
That's one way of looking at it.
Is it also correct that another measure of scientific acceptability of a test is the number of publications that have stated in fact that the test is reliable and it can be reproduced?
That would be one aspect.
Are you aware of any publications that demonstrate that if properly used, the DQ alpha typing kit produces proper, accurate, and reliable results on forensic samples?
There are publications in the forensic literature that state that.
Are you aware of any publications that demonstrate to the contrary?
As I mentioned earlier, there are numerous publications that deal with and discuss the contamination issues, the sensitivity issues that we've gone over a number of times here. none of them will have come straight out and said that you shouldn't use the kit.
Are there any publications demonstrating the scientific unacceptability of using the polymarker kit in forensic samples?
No.
Are there any publications demonstrating the fact that use of the D1S80 typing kit produces unreliable and inaccurate results?
Again, there are numerous publications that discuss the problems. None of them come right out and say you shouldn't use the kit.
I'd like to talk with you a moment about peer review. You're familiar with the term peer review?
Yes.
What does peer review mean?
It's a process where if you are going to publish an article, the article is sent to a number of reviewers who are your peers, that is, people who have an equivalent training, and they will evaluate that, criticize it, make suggestions, and before the article can be published, it has to be approved by a majority of those peers.
The peer review process is an important one as far as scientific literature, correct?
It's important in academics.
Is it in fact one of the ways the scientific community validates a technique to determine its accuracy and reliability?
Not necessarily. I mean, you're not validating the technique. You're just basically cross-checking with a number of your peers to see if your statements are defensible scientifically.
Doesn't this publication process allow other scientists to look at the findings of scientists who publish this material to be able to evaluate whether or not a technique in fact should be used?
The publication usually is not strictly being offered for the purpose of a flat statement that a particular thing can be used. I mean, it's generally a scientific documentation of observations.
Incidentally, I'm sorry.
And the peers will look at those observations and see if they have been analyzed in a scientific manner and whether the conclusions are reasonable.
You mentioned the fact that there were publications that talk about contamination involving PCR, correct?
Yes.
Those publications serve as warnings to individuals who perform the typing process so that they can incorporate what that publication is showing into their own wealth of knowledge. Is that correct?
Well, it depends on the publication. That's too general of a statement. There are publications which are just blind trials, if you will, where on PCR, where the kit was sent, and then there was an observation of contamination. It was simply reported that so many labs had contamination.
Are you, in your opinion, familiar with the DQ alpha forensic typing literature?
Yes.
That is extensive, isn't it?
Fairly, yes.
I'm sorry, may I have a moment now? Dr. Gerdes, are you familiar with a book entitled PCR Technology?
Yes.
And are you familiar with who the editor of that book is?
I believe it's Henry Ehrlich.
Who is Henry Ehrlich?
Henry Ehrlich is an individual who was at CETUS at the time this technology was being developed at that particular company, and has done work in the area of HLA
And HLA
typing.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
HLA typing.
HLA again includes not only DQ alpha, but also at least one of the markers typed in your laboratory.
Yes, that whole gene complex.
Have you read that book?
I've read most of it.
There is a chapter in that book entitled Applications of PCR to the Analysis of Biological Evidence. Are you familiar with that?
Yes,
Have you read that chapter?
yes.
Do you recall who the authors of that chapter are?
I believe Henry Ehrlich is one of the authors, if you're referring to the same one. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Yes. I don't recall, I would recall the other authors.
Is Cecilia von Berldingen an author to your knowledge?
Yes.
and Russell Higuchi,
Yes.
George Sensabaugh,
Yes.
and Edward Blake.
Yes.
With regard to that article, in your view, is that an article demonstrating the validity of PCR forensic typing using the DQ alpha marker?
I think it discusses the issues. I don't think it justifies the validity based on that article. It's basically a review article.
Okay, does it discuss, in fact, the uses of PCR to type samples using markers including DQ alpha?
It does.
Are you also familiar with an article entitled Polymerase Chain Reaction, PCR, Amplification and Human Leukocyte Antigen, Oligonucleotide Typing on Biological Evidence Samples Casework Experience?
Yes, I'm familiar with that.
And you've read that particular publication?
That's Ed Blake's article, correct?
Yes. Are there other authors as well?
Yes.
And do you rely on that article in terms of any of the opinions that you've offered in this court?
No.
Do you, in fact, reject what's written in that particular publication?
I consider that publication a one-sided slant on the cases. It discusses a number of cases, several of which I've been involved with, where there were highly contested issues which are not discussed in that article.
Dr. Gerdes, with regard to these publications about DQ alpha, and again, there are a large number of them, correct?
Yes.
Do you rely on any of those publications that, in fact, demonstrate this reliability of the DQ alpha typing process?
I'm familiar with those publications. I think it's a misstatement to say I rely upon them.
Well, do you, in fact, reject their findings about reliability?
I accept their observations of problems and discussions of those in certain instances. I disagree with certain other statements. And I disagree with their conclusions in some instances. It's very general. You'd have to take them one at a time to...
Okay. Are you familiar with a publication entitled DNA Typing from Single Hairs
Yes.
by Russell Higuchi and other authors as well?
Yes.
And have you read that particular publication?
Yes, I have.
In terms of its findings of reliability, do you reject the author's conclusions?
Well, that particular paper is simply a demonstration paper. It's a paper that the overall bottom line is that it shows that it's possible to obtain a DNA result on a single hair. And that part of the paper I don't disagree with. That certainly is possible. It doesn't discuss the difficulties that there would be in taking that technology and using it on a routine basis in crime scenes.
Are you familiar with a publication entitled Genetic Markers in Human Bone 1, Deoxyribonucleic Acid DNA Analysis by Henry Lee and others?
I'm familiar with that.
Have you read that publication?
Yes.
Do the authors of that publication include individuals at Cellmark Diagnostics?
I believe so.
Does the name George Heron sound familiar?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, was that individual, Mr. Heron, Dr. Heron, actually at Cellmark Diagnostics at one time?
I believe so.
Are you familiar with the name Dr. Daniel Garner?
Yes.
Who is he?
He's, I'm not sure what his exact title is. He's from the FBI and is involved in the DNA, the Department of DNA Testing or whatever they call their department.
Actually, Dr. Garner is at Cellmark Diagnostics, is he not?
I'm sorry, I'm thinking of, yes, okay.
With respect to this publication, do you reject Dr. Lee and the other authors' conclusions about the reliability of DQ alpha typing?
Again, I mean, that is a demonstration paper that shows that you can use this technique under controlled conditions to identify individuals based on bone. It doesn't discuss the general problems that can occur, the routine application in labs, and it doesn't discuss the aspects of determining whether a specific laboratory may have significant contamination problems, which would render those demonstrations of capability invalid.
One more, if I might, Dr. Gerdes. Are you familiar with a publication by the Federal Bureau of Investigation entitled Validation Studies on the Analysis of the HLA DQ alpha locus using the polymerase chain reaction by Dr. Comey and Dr. Bruce Bedoli?
I'm familiar with that.
Have you read that particular publication?
I have.
That publication deals with reliability of DQ alpha typing, correct?
It does.
That publication also deals with contamination and its effects on typing using forensic samples.
Yeah, again, it's a demonstration paper. What they dealt with in that paper in terms of contamination is that one experiment where 5 tubes were opened on a bench top. They scratched their head over the tubes, closed them up, showed there was no contamination. That's a demonstration. Demonstrates that under those limited number of samples, they did not get contamination. From that, they conclude that contamination is not an issue. That I disagree with.
We have just discussed approximately 5 publications, is that right?
Yes.
There are many more, are there not?
Yes, and most of them are, as I said, demonstration papers that show under controlled conditions in specific instances in particular laboratories, it's possible to obtain a type.
The last article that Mr. Clark referred to, I believe, has an exhibit number. It came up in the testimony of Mr. Sims, and I don't have it right here, but I think it would clarify the record if we could identify it by that number so that we can flag it with
Well,
the other testimony.
It's identified by its title and authors.
Dr. Gerdes, you referred to these largely as demonstration papers, is that correct?
That's what I consider them.
Have you ever done such a demonstration paper as far as this particular forensic area of typing is concerned?
No, I haven't published in the forensic area.
Now, I'd like to shift your attention, if I could, to the polymarkers. I believe we discussed those a few moments ago. As far as that particular set of 5 genetic markers, there are similar publications, are there not, in the scientific literature?
There are similar demonstration papers. It's a newer system, so there are fewer in number.
Are you familiar, for example, with a publication entitled Evaluation of the Amplotype PM DNA Test System on Forensic Case Samples?
Who's the author on that?
George Heron, Nicola Fields, and Rebecca Reynolds.
Yes, I'm familiar with that article.
Incidentally, PM, is that short for polymarker?
Yes,
And with respect to that article, have you read it?
yes.
With respect to this article also, do you reject its findings and conclusions about reliability of the PM typing system?
I believe they did 16 samples there. It's a demonstration paper, and it's interesting that in one of those 16 samples they had a chance match.
Is this another paper that you consider a demonstration paper?
Yes,
In your opinion, is this a paper then that does not demonstrate the accuracy and reliability of using the polymarker typing kit on forensic case samples?
well, I think the analogy here that might clarify this whole thing is basically if you have a clinical kit that someone is using, there may have been some publication as far as the use of that kit, but the ultimate test of any kit, of any method, is how it's used in the field. It's just like products. Just because you put a product on the market and someone says that's a good product, it doesn't mean it's a good product until you've had a chance to look at a large number of individuals who use that product, and if it starts to have flaws, those become apparent. And it's a similar thing in forensics or anything else.
What about when many laboratories use the technique and they reach the same conclusions as the authors? Does your opinion still hold true under those circumstances?
In my opinion, we haven't reached that stage where there's been enough testimony and discussion and in-depth analysis of the specific problem of contamination and how that can create errors in a blinded fashion in the forensic community.
In your view, courtroom testimony is important in establishing scientific validity?
In my view, that's like the Consumer Report. It's how is it working in the field? We've done these demonstration papers that say it's possible. Now we've put it out into the field. We put it out put it on the market. How's it working? What's the feedback from the consumer?
I'm sorry, can I have a moment, Your Honor? Incidentally, when you referred, Dr. Gerdes, to the first Polymarket article, the one we just discussed, as being 7 laboratories, were you speaking of a different publication?
Excuse me?
When you referred to this paper by George Heron et al. On evaluation of the PM system, were you
Yes.
mistaking that one paper for another as far as the 7 laboratories?
This, if you can let me look at the paper, I can answer that question.
I would ask now that these be marked so that we can know which ones they are.
Why don't you show it? Why don't you show it?
They've shunned the witness.
Can I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
No, that's the paper I was referring to.
All right.
In terms of the false match, you mean?
I'm sorry?
In terms of the false match?
No, you mentioned 7 laboratories.
No, I didn't.
All right.
I said several.
Oh, several, I'm sorry. All right. Are you also familiar with a publication entitled Consistency and Reproducibility of Amplitype PM Results Between 7 Laboratories Field Trial Results
I'm familiar with that.
by Nicola Fields and Rebecca Reynolds again?
Yes,
Have you read that document?
yes.
And do you reject its conclusions about reliability of the PM typing system?
Again, it's a demonstration paper.
As you've used the term earlier.
Yes,
And lastly, in this area, are you familiar with Amplitype PM and HLA DQ alpha typing from Pap smear, semen smear, and post-coital slides by Dr. Rena Roy, and Dr. Rebecca Reynolds?
can I see that?
Sure.
I don't believe I've seen this paper.
All right. To your knowledge, other than the publications that I've just described, are there others demonstrating the reliability of PM typing on forensic samples?
There are other demonstration papers that with regard to the use of the polymarker system.
As you've used that term.
Yes.
Can you tell us approximately how many laboratories type the polymarkers in forensic casework?
There are probably hundreds of labs. I don't know an exact figure.
I'm sorry, hundreds?
Yes.
Incidentally, all of the publications that I've shown you are described the title that we've discussed, with the exception of the last one that you're unfamiliar with. They are all from peer-reviewed scientific publications, correct?
That's correct.
And actually, the last particular publication I showed you was also from a peer-reviewed publication. Is
Yes.
that correct? And then lastly, with regard to the D1S80 system, are you familiar with similar publications demonstrating the reliability of that particular marker's use in forensics?
There are similar demonstration papers discussing the capability of that system to produce a type.
Without going through each of them, would your answers then be the same with regard to those publications, that they are in fact demonstration papers only?
Yes.
In your view, they in no manner establish the reliability of D1S80 typing on forensic casework?
They do not. As I mentioned before, my opinion is the product has to be used to an adequate degree and evaluated in a critical manner, in a critical blinded manner, before you can really determine the errors that are possible with this system.
Can you give us an estimate, for instance, how many cases you think DQ alpha typing has been used in forensic casework just in this country?
I'm not aware of how many. I'm sure it's probably in the hundreds.
With, and I believe you described earlier, over 100 laboratories use the technique. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
so it's probably even in the thousands.
Isn't it more likely in the many thousands?
I'm-
Big.
I don't believe I asked you about D1S80. Are you familiar with approximately how many laboratories use it in casework?
Again, that's a newer system. It would be fewer than the DQ Alpha, but most of the labs who have set up PCR for one system are fairly rapidly add the next one.
As far as all of these markers, DQ alpha, polymarker, and D1S80, is it correct that there have been many presentations about their use in forensic casework? And I'm referring to meetings, lectures, symposia, and so forth.
Yes,
That's a fairly common event. Let me rephrase that if I may. That's a fairly common manner of the scientific community discussing work, whether in forensics or clinical work. That is, presentations and symposia.
yes.
Do those presentations, conferences, and symposia play an important role in not only disseminating but also discussing scientific techniques?
Yes,
With regard to polymarker and D1S80 and DQ alpha, have you attended any such meetings?
no.
You've described how the DQ alpha marker was the first marker used following PCR amplification in forensics, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of when that began? When was the first case using PCR DQ alpha?
I know when the kit was released approximately, which was in 1990. And I believe that there was a single individual doing typing probably 3-4 years before that.
Would 1986 be approximately the time of this individual doing that work?
That might be the case. PCR was first published in 1985.
I'm sorry.
So, and this individual happened to be working in the same area where that method was developed.
Who was that individual?
Ed Blake.
Is it correct, or it is correct, isn't it, that when you add more markers, in other words, from DQ alpha adding additional markers like PM and D1S80, that adding of more markers allows the analyst to cross-check results on individual samples?
It allows cross-checking as long as you have totally ruled out the possibility of cross-contamination. Because in the case of cross-contamination, remember, you can look at as many markers as you want to, and the error is caused by that physical cross-transfer, and therefore that type of contamination would not be detected.
Like your clinical use, where more markers provide you more information, isn't it also true that adding more markers in a forensic context increases the probabilities that a sample came from one person to the exclusion of others?
That's true.
You have previously said you would like to see more forensic markers added to DQ alpha, correct?
I think it does add to the capability of detecting the other types of contaminants, which are the contaminants due to amplification product carryover, for instance.
In other words, by adding additional markers, you increase your chances of detecting contamination.
That's true.
And you so testified in 1990 about it would be good if more markers were added to DQ alpha.
That's true.
Since that time, 6 additional markers have been added that are routinely used in forensic casework, correct?
Correct.
Those 6 markers that were added to DQ alpha were all used in this case. Is that right?
That's correct. Since that time, it's become more abundantly obvious to me that the type of cross-contamination
Well, I'm sorry.
is an
Objection
equal
moved to
problem.
strike, Your Honor.
Non-responsive. You're right. Stricken.
As you add more markers, don't you increase the ability to resolve ambiguities or uncertainties about typing results?
you increase the capability of resolving ambiguities due to amplification, carryover, that kind of contamination, yes.
Incidentally, you've described in your laboratory about the use of PCR with some samples and also using other techniques, serologic techniques.
We do both kinds of techniques in our lab, yes.
Well, what I'm really directing my question to is, are there any samples that you use PCR with that you also type using serologic techniques?
Yes.
Why do you use both of those tests on a given sample?
Well, for the specific cases I'm thinking of, they give you different information. So, for instance, if I want to look at a serological marker for cytomegalovirus, that tells me which individual is at higher risk of having this virus become a problem after they receive their transplant. Someone who has antibody to that.
Our technique as a cross-check in any manner.
Not at the present time.
Was that true in the past?
No.
As far as this use of multiple markers, and you've described the fact that in this case, at least with many samples, 7 PCR markers were used, correct?
Yes.
Is it correct that serologic techniques that are also used on a given sample, that also adds more markers to act as a cross-check, doesn't it?
Well, you're really, again, you're looking at something different. You're looking at an antibody which tells you, if we're talking about an infectious agent, that tells you that that person had been exposed in the past. If they are antibody positive, let's take HIV as an example. If they are antibody positive, and then you were to do a PCR and you found the presence of the genome of HIV, then that would confirm the antibody test.
You're familiar with the fact that in this case, not only was DNA used, but also conventional serological techniques. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Did you examine those conventional serological techniques?
No.
If conventional serological techniques were used in this case, and results were obtained from stains from genetic markers other than the DNA markers, don't those constitute additional cross-checks of results?
Yes.
But you didn't look at any of the serological results.
No.
Did you believe it was important to know about any such results?
No. My function was to look simply at the science involved and the data involved in PCR.
Did any member of the defense ever discuss with you the existence of serological results in this case?
No.
Is that a factor that, in your opinion, would have any effect whatsoever on any of the opinions you've rendered in this case?
No, because my opinions are as to the scientific reliability of the PCR-based testing and the chances of error due to cross-contamination.
Is it your testimony that such cross-contamination would necessarily never be detected by serological techniques?
I think it's highly unlikely because PCR is the most sensitive method possible and that those items would have very little amount of material.
Well, you have raised the possibility that some of the Bundy blood drops may have been cross-contaminated by other stains. Is that correct?
Yes.
One of those stains that you've discussed as being possibly cross-contaminated by other material was item number 52. Isn't that right?
That's right.
The amount of DNA in that sample is higher than it is in other blood drops at the Bundy scene, correct? 47, 48, 49, and 50.
52 has approximately 25 nanograms, or I'm not sure what the total yield was, but it has more.
You discussed yesterday the fact that the recommended minimum amount to be used in, for instance, the Roche DQ alpha kit as 2 nanograms, correct?
Correct.
Results are obtained with less than 2 nanograms, aren't they?
It depends on how much lower than that you can, yes.
Going back to the serological techniques, as a scientist, wouldn't you want to know all the scientific results on a given blood stain if you were looking at a blood stain case?
It's not my job to look at this entire case. It's my job to evaluate the reliability of PCR-based DNA testing as an independent piece of evidence.
If you were a serological expert and you were asked to review results on bloodstains from a crime scene, would you want to know about DNA results?
It depends upon whether I was an expert or asked to be an expert on whatever area. I would think that would be crossing areas of expertise.
Dr. Gerdes,
I don't have any expertise in serological testing.
Dr. Gerdes, aren't all of the results on these bloodstains important to evaluate what happened?
I'm sure they are.
In your view, is that good science not to know all the results?
In my view, the way a criminal case should be conducted, if there's scientific evidence involved, you should obtain the expert with the most expertise in every specific type of testing. And it is up to someone else in the case that is not a scientist to evaluate the meaning of that. It's basically up to the jury to evaluate as all of those experts come forward and provide their testimony. It's up to the jury to decide how these pieces fit together. I'm only talking about one piece of this puzzle.
Who did you discuss the serological results with?
I didn't.
Did you have any knowledge of them even existing?
Well, I've heard things on TV, but I have no knowledge or access to specific testing.
Once you heard them on TV, did you feel that there was any need whatsoever to find out what they were?
Again, my evaluation is of the PCR-based DNA testing.
With respect to this area of cross-contamination, is it your testimony that contamination wouldn't be picked up by serological techniques?
It depends on the specimen, but I think if it's a specimen with very small amounts, the PCR technique is more sensitive than most serological techniques.
Objection, move to strike. I vote non-responsive. All right, Dr. Gerdes, you have described various forms of contamination in your view. Is that correct?
Yes,
One of those forms was cross-contamination.
that's correct.
One of those forms was carryover contamination.
Correct.
And by carryover, that's from amplified DNA possibly getting into DNA that's lower in amount and unamplified, correct?
Correct.
Is it correct that contamination is just as big a problem at your laboratory as it is in forensic laboratories?
I don't believe that's true because of the nature of the specimens that are handled and the way they're handled in forensic labs.
Well, you have contamination in your own laboratory, don't you?
Occasionally we'll see that, yes.
You feel you have a pretty good handle on contamination at your laboratory?
Yes, there's a number of differences in the way we handle contamination in a clinical lab, as well as the nature of the specimens and that
Excuse me,
entire
objection.
board that we talked about.
Non-responsive, Your Honor.
Overruled. Answer will stand. Ask another question.
Dr. Gerdes, with respect to your laboratory, do you continue to offer services to clients despite these instances of contamination that occur?
Yes.
Incidentally, when you're given a sample, how do you receive it?
It's received as a sterile blood specimen.
Okay,
Or
I'm
another
really
specimen.
referring to the actual mechanical manner. How do samples get from to your laboratory from somewhere else?
They are transported by a courier.
Do you receive any samples that are not transferred by a courier?
There are some mailed in.
By what? A package service or a
Yes.
shipping service?
FedEx or whatever, yes.
Are they packed under ice?
Most are not, some might be.
Where could they be coming from? Where do
Well-
they come from?
They come from a variety of hospitals and other sources.
How long a period of time can it be from when that sample is removed from a patient to the time your laboratory receives it?
That's recorded in terms of the request form as to when it was drawn and when it's received, it can be up to a day or two.
Is it ever any longer than a day or two?
Yes.
How long could it be? Or can it be?
Well, one of the processes that occurs when a sample arrives in the lab is the first thing the technician does is they look at that time, and if it's too long, they'll reject the specimen.
What's too long?
It depends on the type of test.
Okay, what would be, I'm trying to think, in terms of the testing that you do, and let's take CMV.
Okay?
At what time period would a sample be rejected?
In that particular case, the DNA of that virus is relatively stable in a blood specimen that's stored at ambient temperature. I would say somewhere on the order of 5 or 6 days, we would still see no real decrease in the amount of DNA that we could detect to allow us to find that virus.
And at the 5 or 6 day period, that would be unrefrigerated for those 5 or 6 days?
Yes.
You continue to go ahead and use that sample for casework typing?
Yes, because we've done previous validation studies to show or assure ourselves that that specimen is still adequate at that point. As long as it's sterile, undamaged, labeled.
In other words, as long as the DNA hasn't degraded to the point of not being able to obtain a result, then it's okay to use it.
Well, you have to remember, blood that's in a sterile blood specimen like that is really fairly, it's not going to degrade. It's not contaminated with bacteria. And it's a different reasons why you would, eventually it would degrade, but basically the problem is the cells that are in that blood specimen. If, for instance, we're going to do HLA typing, we need those within 24 hours because the cells start to die. And it's not a degradation process. There are other complications as to why, and it's specific to each test as to why that specimen would be appropriate or not.
You described yesterday the fact that, in your view, strike that. You described the fact yesterday that a forensic protocol required that reference samples be separate in time as far as their extraction of DNA. 20 to 30 minutes from evidence samples. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes. Yes.
Do you recall also describing that after a reference sample has had DNA extracted from it, that there should be a cleanup with bleach of that area where that's taking place, and then evidence samples can be extracted? Do you recall that testimony?
This takes the testimony in terms of the specifics.
I recall that testimony.
What forensic protocol says that?
The the Twig Dam guidelines and a variety of protocols from individual labs that I have read specifically state that reference samples should be handled at a separate time and place than the evidence items.
But as far as this procedure of reference samples, cleaning the area with bleach, and then extracting DNA from evidence samples, what forensic protocol requires that?
Well, it's amazing. None of them say it that specifically. Those are pretty common sense things, though, if you're a microbiologist or
Objection,
someone
move to strike, Your Honor.
someone who knows about the sensitivity of PCR. I think those are common sense things that you would do.
Dr. Gerdes, what forensic protocol says to do those things?
There is no forensic protocol that specifically says to do those things.
When you testified yesterday that a forensic protocol requires that, then were you mistaken?
This states the testimony.
Phrase the question.
When you described yesterday that a forensic protocol required those steps, was that then not the case?
Basically, what I was referring to was the fact that forensic protocols, numerous forensic protocols, state that you should handle the reference sample at a separate time and place than evidence items, or large amounts of DNA separate than small amounts. And I'd have to look in detail in the user guide. I believe there is a section in there that discusses these kinds of things in the user guide in terms of cleaning up.
Dr. Gerdes, isn't it wiser to extract evidence samples first before reference samples?
The main factor you have to keep in mind is to separate them both in time and space. If you are going to be handling them within a fairly close time, it would be advisable to handle the lower concentration specimen before the larger. So in that case, yes.
In other words, it would be better to extract DNA from evidence samples first because of their potential for having low DNA amounts, and then reference samples later because they have higher DNA amounts, correct?
Yes.
What order was that done in by the Los Angeles Police Department in this case?
As far as the handling, the reference sample was handled first. As far as the extraction, it was in the opposite order, where the reference sample was handled last.
Dr. Gerdes, isn't it true that Colin Yamauchi extracted the evidence first before the known samples in this case?
As far as the extraction, yes. As far as the handling, no.
As far as the extraction of DNA by Colin Yamauchi in the serology room that you've described by photograph, he extracted the low DNA amount samples first, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
He extracted the high DNA samples last, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Incidentally, do you ever test any mixed samples in your laboratory?
No.
Have you ever conducted any any testing in your laboratory involving, for instance, amniotic fluid cells?
Yes.
What is amniotic fluid?
Well, it's the fluid that surrounds the baby, and it's used for diagnosis of prenatal diagnosis.
In other words, you're looking to find out if a fetus will suffer from any diseases, correct?
Correct.
In that process, you're attempting to make a clinical diagnosis of whether or not an unborn child will contract, let's say, cystic fibrosis.
Yes.
That testing was formerly conducted in your laboratory?
We have conducted testing not on the amniotic fluid itself, but we have conducted testing on cells that were grown from that fluid.
Do you continue to do that in your laboratory?
Occasionally.
When that type of material is removed from the patient, the pregnant mother, doesn't that material contain a mixture of cells from two different people?
It can.
And in fact, it can contain a mixture of cells from the pregnant mother,
Yes.
and it can contain a mixture of cells from the fetus, which is the cellular material you're trying to test, correct?
That's correct.
And you have to, in terms of that testing, separate those cells out, don't you?
Yes, and in that particular instance, you know who the mother is, and so that allows you to eliminate that source.
Isn't that similar to a sexual assault victim in a criminal case who's been raped?
It is in some ways, yes.
And there's a mixture of cellular material in that type of sample as well.
Yes.
Yesterday, you described the fact that in theory, a single cell, one cell from a person, a human, could be copied using PCR. Do you recall that?
Yes.
When you stated that in theory, isn't it correct that there are laboratories that do copy single cells outside forensics?
Single cells?
Yes.
Yes, there are labs who have done that, and it's not something that's done. It's not very many labs, but there are labs that can do that.
It's not done in forensics, correct?
That's correct.
Because one cell is not very much DNA, correct?
That's correct.
Isn't it true that the problem of contamination depends to a large extent on how small a sample one is trying to amplify?
Yes, the problem of contamination is increased with a smaller sample.
For instance, in typing a single cell, a scientist would have to be extraordinarily careful about contamination, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, copying one cell would be presumably what? The height of sensitivity to contamination problems that a scientist could have.
Yes, but they're not typing a single cell from a crime scene. They're typing single cells in a controlled laboratory environment where they can dilute that down in sterile materials and know what they started with.
So contamination isn't a problem for that type of sample with one cell?
It is a problem. It's a problem anywhere.
It's an important problem to someone trying to copy very small numbers of cells, correct?
Yes.
One would be a very small number, correct?
Yes.
At your laboratory, your tests using PCR start with different numbers of cells that are present in a sample. Is that correct?
The PCR test that we use, we adjust the DNA concentrations to higher concentrations that would generally be used, relatively speaking, in a forensic setting. And the reason we do that is to avoid, as much as we can, the contamination problem.
So you make a decision at what level of the number of cells in a sample before you're willing to use PCR to obtain results that you'll report in casework.
Yes.
You have described your laboratory as being capable of detecting as few as 1 to 5 cells in a sample, haven't you?
1 to 5 cells?
Correct.
What kind of cells?
DNA. Copies of target DNA, and we'll define those terms.
The initial PCR that we did was adjusted for CMV. Initial studies were adjusted for us to be capable of detecting 1 to 5 copies of that particular virus. Is that what
All
you're
right.
referring to?
Well, what does target DNA mean?
Well, the gene you're looking for, and a virus is not a cell, so if we're looking for a virus, you're looking for that piece of the virus or sequence of the nucleic acid of the virus, and that would be defined as the target. The target is the virus, and the amount we would be able to detect would be between 1 and 5.
That's, again, a very low level of DNA, correct?
That's correct.
You then utilized a higher number of cells in this CMV testing, correct?
It's not cells. It's adjusted to the higher number of copies detectable with the PCR system of the virus, not a cell.
Right. Did you, in fact, adjust it to a higher number of copies to use in your testing?
Yes, the initial studies, again, on the transplant patients where we looked at the CMV, if we used that kind of sensitivity where we found 1 to 5 cells, we were finding it frequently in all of the patients, and it wasn't giving us any clinically relevant information. So we adjusted the technique. Well, we did this study, a 4-year study, to determine what was the relevant amount that would allow us to identify patients that needed to be treated, as opposed to those who had asymptomatic shedding. Then we adjusted the amount so that it would be in that clinically relevant range so that the testing would be useful for patients.
What threshold level do you use now before you'll amplify?
As far as the CMV virus,
Yes.
Our sensitivity is around 50 copies.
50 copies of this target DNA.
Yes.
As far as forensic testing, and in particular this case, are you familiar with the number of cycles used by the Los Angeles Police Department when they go through this amplification process?
Yes, I am.
And how many cycles is that?
32.
Is that, in fact, the number recommended by Roche in the user guide?
It is.
Are you familiar with the number of cycles used by Cellmark in this case?
They use 32 also.
And are you familiar with the number of cycles used by the Department of Justice?
They use 32 also.
All 3 laboratories use the recommended number of cycles by the manufacturer.
That's correct.
As far as sensitivity levels, isn't it the case that with regard to forensic testing, that there are certain sensitivity levels of starting DNA, that is, the amount of starting DNA, that are recommended?
Yes.
Is it also the case that these numbers of cycles play a role in the ability to copy DNA and obtain results?
Yes.
What role do they play? That is, the number of cycles.
Well, in the process, this xeroxing, of molecular xeroxing of a copy of DNA, it's basically how long you let the Xerox machine run. If you go, each time you double the amount of DNA and you go 32 cycles, then you have a certain level of amplification ability or copying ability. If you go more cycles, what happens is then you're just like you leave the Xerox machine on longer, you're going to get more copies. And the more cycles, the more DNA you're going to make, within limits. I mean, eventually you get, it runs out of the things it needs, the building blocks and things to make DNA, and the whole thing stops.
If anyone, if I were to start a DNA laboratory and I programmed that machine to amplify, say, a blood stain 50 cycles, would that be a mistake?
It depends on what you're trying to do in terms of protocol. It certainly would be an increased risk of amplifying very small amounts of material and having them become a contaminant.
So the number of cycles becomes important in controlling contamination.
Yes.
And in fact, 32, that wasn't a number picked on a board, that is a dart thrown at a board, isn't that right?
That's right.
And in fact, wasn't the number 32 arrived at by scientific experimentation and demonstration of the appropriate number of cycles to use?
It's the appropriate number of cycles to use for 2 nanograms of DNA, which is what the user guide recommends as far as the starting amount.
Well, isn't it correct that these methods have been shown to produce accurate and reliable results using less than 2 nanograms of starting DNA?
I haven't seen any published detailed studies. There are people who claim that, and there are phraseologies in certain papers where that's claimed. But I think that there are certain dangers that occur when you get down much below, certainly below a half a nanogram.
You've described reading the user guide, correct?
Yes.
And the user guide describes using using amounts less than 2 nanograms as producing accurate and reliable results, correct?
I think there's a phrase in there that says something to the effect that it's possible in an experienced laboratory to possibly type less than that. They don't give an exact amount, how much less, but that phrase is in there.
Hasn't the scientific literature demonstrated typable amounts, that is, amounts producing accurate and reliable results far below 2 nanograms?
I haven't seen any paper that goes to a detailed study of tremendously smaller amounts.
All right. Your Honor, at this time I'd like to shift subjects, and I'm just inquiring on when the court was going to take a break.
3 o'clock.
Very well. I have well, let me ask a couple of questions first. In the typing process using PCR, it's important to use controls, correct?
That's correct.
And you described controls yesterday, is that right?
Yes.
Controls are used in this typing process to tell whether or not the test is working correctly.
That's the purpose of controls.
All right, Your Honor, at this time I will have an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper that I would ask to be marked as
557.
557, a copy of which I've provided to counsel previously. And with the court's permission, I would like to use that on the Elmo.
Proceed.
And Dr. Gerdes, can you, I don't know if it's easier for you to use the monitor to your right or the
I prefer
screen.
to just look from down
Sure,
there, if that's okay.
fine. First of all, you have described previously your examination of various materials from the Los Angeles Police Department, correct?
That's correct. I make a suggestion about the positioning, because in this fashion, the witness's back is to part of the jury. So.
Thank you.
And in fact, you were and have taken the opportunity to review the testing conducted by the Los Angeles Police Department in their DNA laboratory in this case, correct?
That's correct.
And with regard to that testing, you've also described yesterday having reviewed materials from the DNA laboratory unrelated to this case, correct?
Correct.
Now, your review of the DNA typing documents from the Los Angeles Police Department in this case reveals that department's, in particular Colin Yamauchi's, use of a number of controls, correct?
That's correct.
Now, on this particular document, it's labeled at the top, Los Angeles Police Department PCR DQ alpha testing controls, there's a number 1 and the term reagent control. You see that?
I do.
Then in parentheses, and quotation marks, the term cloth control.
Yes.
First of all, what is a reagent control?
This is a control that basically, that's why it's called a cloth control, a piece of cloth or a swab that's unused, is basically run through the process, including all of the reagents, the buffers, the fluids, and so forth that are used in this process. And then you look at a typing, go through the same type of procedure, and ask the question, is there any evidence of DNA on that particular control? It's a control for contaminants that would be introduced into reagents or things that are going on along that process, all the way from the beginning.
Is that an important control to use?
I think it's an important control, yeah.
Now, there's also the term cloth control. Where does that come from?
That comes from the fact that you take a piece of cloth that has nothing on it, presumably, and you run it through the process.
If a reagent control shows a DNA reaction, for instance, at the ultimate or the last typing phase of the testing process, what does that tell the analyst?
It tells the analyst that at some time, either in handling that cloth or going through all of this process from the very beginning to the end, DNA had been introduced.
That's one control, reagent control, or cloth control as it's also called, correct?
That's correct.
And that's a control utilized by the Los Angeles Police Department, not only in their casework in this case, but also in all the other typing that they conducted that you've described yesterday.
That's correct.
The second control, labeled amplification control positive, what's that?
That generally refers to the DNA that is incorporated as part of the kit. So the company that sells this kit has a positive DNA sample. It's a 1.14 type, and it's incorporated in the PCR process just to ensure that the individual who uses the kit can amplify the DNA and that the strips are working appropriately so that that particular control types has a 1.14.
As far as that amplification control, if during this testing process and ultimately at the final end, first of all, are each of these controls actually typed on a strip at the end?
Yes.
In other words, they're handled as far as amplification, typing, and then the analyst reading the results from the dots, just like a regular evidence sample. Is that right?
That's correct.
Let's
Well,
say...
not strictly correct. On an evidence sample, there is a rule with regard to a C dot. And in these types of controls, that rule no longer holds because of the fact that any DNA, anything at all, present on these types of controls indicates that there's human DNA that shouldn't be there, that is visible. So it indicates contamination,
Well,
regardless of what the C is. So as far as typable, that needs to be clarified.
we'll return to the C probe. What you've just described applies to, certainly, number one, the reagent control, correct?
Yes.
Number two, however, what you just said does not apply, correct? Because you expect to find the types 1.1 and 4 as well as a C dot reaction, correct?
Well, actually, it does apply if you find the evidence of another dot other than the 1.1 and 4 dot. Perhaps you would find a 2 dot or a 3 dot. Then you know that there's foreign DNA that has been incorporated into that positive control. So any indication of those kinds of dots on this control indicates contamination.
What I asked, though, Dr. Gerdes, was as far as the C probe is concerned and a reaction, the C probe should show up on the amplification control positive, number 2.
That's true.
And in fact, you should see the 1.1 dot, correct?
Correct.
And the 4 dot,
Correct.
and actually also the 1 dot, correct? And one more dot that's also basically reacted to by a 4, correct?
The 1.2, 1.3, 4 dot.
Now, let's turn to, well, let me, while we're on amplification control positive. If that control is a 1.1 and a 4, and all of a sudden there's a 2 dot there, does that signal the analyst to something on that control?
It indicates on that control that there's a human DNA that has been contaminated that strip. There's a 2 dot on that positive control, and it shouldn't be there.
With respect to number 3, what's labeled amplification control negative, what's that?
This is a control that some people call a water control, and it's incorporated at the stage where you put the samples into the thermal cycler, into the machine that copies things. And that is going to control, basically, it's designed to pick up amplification carryover. So if you're going that product carryover, this is a stage where that would frequently appear. And so this control is really designed to see if that process, that kind of contamination is occurring.
In other words, that's to help the analyst determine whether or not something has invaded the typing process that may affect the results, correct?
Correct.
Turning to number 4, positive control standard. What is that?
This is a known DNA or known specimen. Most laboratories use a blood specimen. They're drawn from individuals who work at the lab, for instance, or known people at least. And then that is run through the entire process of handling and of extracting the DNA and going all the way through until you get a typable result. And it controls for whether or not, on a random basis, using different kinds of types, you're able to get a typable result. It controls for the extraction process, for the amplification process, and for the strips themselves to make sure that they're appropriately typing the sample.
Turning to number 5, a substrate control. What is that?
Substrate control, substrate means, what something is on. So the typical substrate control would be if you collect a specimen in an area, you would take an adjacent area that doesn't appear to have any obvious blood, if it's a blood stain, any blood, and you would take a swab from that area and then carry that through the entire process. Now this is a good control because it goes all the way back to, or should at least, go all the way back to the crime scene. Because if you do that at the crime scene and you carry it through in parallel all the way through, it should tell you not only how much DNA is just sort of like the background DNA in that area at the crime scene, but it also tells you whether during the manipulations, assuming everything was done in parallel, whether during the manipulations that any foreign human DNA might have been incorporated.
Dr. Gerdes, that substrate control is an excellent control, isn't it?
Well, it is an excellent control in terms of determining background level of DNA, as long as, in my opinion, it should be altered. Basically, it doesn't have a stabilizer in there, and I think it could be improved upon. But it is an excellent control.
You have previously described a substrate control as used in forensics as an excellent control, haven't you?
Yes.
Now, with regard to, and lastly, the C probe, you discussed that a few moments ago. That's a probe, is it not, used to help guide the analyst in interpreting results as revealed by reactions on the strips, correct?
The C probe is the least amount of DNA on the strip. It tells you whether there's adequate DNA to proceed with the typing result. If the C probe is not present, you don't have enough DNA to type. It's also, but the probe, this particular C probe fails as a control if you're dealing with mixtures, because in the case of a mixture, you don't know what proportion one contributor and the second, the proportion of the different contributors. If there are two contributors, one may have a large amount of DNA, adequate to light up the C dot, and one may have a small amount of DNA, which by itself probably would not have lit up the C dot, but gives you faint detectable signals.
Just a couple of questions, if I might, Your Honor, on this. All of these controls were used by the Los Angeles Police Department in this case, correct?
Yes, they would.
Those controls were used by Cellmark in this case?
Yes,
Those controls were used by the Department of Justice in this case.
yes.
And in fact, the Department of Justice uses an additional control, what's referred to, and I believe you described it yesterday, their QC sample, correct?
Yes.
All right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our first afternoon break at this time. Please remember all my admonitions to you. We'll stand in recess for 15.
And in particular, with regard to cross-hybridization, that can be characterized, can it not, as the appearance of additional alleles because of the closeness in sequence of one to the other. Is that a fair definition?
Yes, it frequently occurs in the presence of higher levels of DNA.
Now, you prepared a report in this matter. Is that correct?
I did.
And is it correct that in that report you have described the fact that additional alleles can appear weaker than alleles from the sample itself when, for instance, the temperature of this process of the typing strips showing these dots isn't correct?
That's correct. If either the temperature or the salt concentration is incorrectly, the protocol is incorrectly followed, that would be an explanation
In other
for
words,
weak dots.
the temperature could be off during this process and you might see a weak dot. Is that right?
Correct.
Or how much salt is in the solution that this development process goes on in, that could also result in a weaker dot.
It might, I have to clarify that. It would result in a weaker dot on a sample from a known individual. It would not, there's no way it could result in a weak dot on a no DNA control, such as the amplification blank or the reagent blank or a substrate control, where there's not supposed to be any DNA in the first place. It could not result in a dot there.
In other words, when we put that chart up there of controls, if that were a reagent blank, also called a cloth control, and you saw a weak signal on one of those dots, that's not from cross-hybridization, correct?
No, it cannot be.
But on, for instance, a known sample from a person, like the positive control that we described there, that could be the subject to these additional dots showing if, for instance, the temperature were off or the salt solution were off.
In that case, it would be one possible explanation.
Now, as far as the differences between these alleles, and let's use DQ alpha, there's a 1.1 allele, is that right?
Correct.
And a 1.2,
Correct.
and a 1.3,
Correct.
and then there are 3 others that are called 2, 3, and 4 on the typing strip.
That's correct.
As far as the 1.1 allele, it's very close in terms of its DNA sequence to the 1.2 allele. Is that right?
Yes.
And in fact, there's only one little piece of DNA information, a base pair difference, between the 1.1 and the 1.2, correct?
Correct.
It's that similarity in closeness that can lead to the appearance of these additional weaker dots if a sample is, say, a 1.3 and you see a 1.1 showing up weakly.
Well, specifically in the case of the 1.1, that's not really the reason that's been described for that particular allele.
Well,
That particular allele is a second gene that has close sequences, the DX gene.
okay, we'll return to that. But the 1.1 and the 1.2 only differ by one base pair, correct?
Correct.
And a 1.2 type can also show, simply because of this one base pair difference, show some weaker reaction in the 1.1, correct?
If the reaction and the protocol are correctly followed, this system is capable of detecting a one base pair difference.
All
It's
right.
only when you have larger amounts of DNA that you have a minor percentage of that kind of cross because of the one base pair mixing.
Isn't
And
it
then
true?
you would see it.
Isn't it true that this cross-hybridization, due to this one base pair difference between a 1.1 and a 1.2, can appear even if large amounts of DNA are not involved?
The literature that I have read suggests that at 6 nanograms and above is where the problem is evident.
Is it your testimony that unless there's 6 nanograms, this cross-hybridization between a 1.1 and a 1.2 can't happen?
it's less likely to happen.
In other words, it can happen.
It's possible, but it's not the more likely explanation when the DNA concentration is low.
Now, the 1.1 and the 1.3 alleles also differ by only one piece of DNA or base pair, correct?
Correct?
In other words, these 1.1s, 1.2s, and 1.3s are very close to one another in their sequence.
Again, this system is designed to detect that minor a difference. One base pair in this kind of system is significant.
Objection, move to strike, non-responsive. As far as this one base pair difference, isn't that an important piece of information for an analyst to know?
Certainly you need, a good analyst will know the sequence of the DNA he's working with.
Now, in addition to your report, the user guide talks about this very cross-hybridization, doesn't it?
They talk about it in the context of specific alleles, yes.
They also describe, well, let me rephrase that. The package insert that also comes with the kit also discusses this minor difference in sequence between these three subtypes of the one, correct?
Between those three subtypes.
Incidentally, do you encounter any cross-hybridization in your own laboratory work?
Whenever you use a dot blot format, this is a fact of life. You're going to see a certain degree of cross-hybridization.
And is that true in your laboratory's casework? I'm referring to samples that come into your laboratory, you perform testing, and you report results to doctors to talk about with their patients.
Yes, we deal with it in a little different, in a specific manner to accommodate that problem.
Is it also something that in your casework as an analyst performing this type of work you have to be aware of?
Yes.
And is it something that from that awareness and experience, you use that awareness and experience to properly interpret results?
Yes, what you have to remember is when in our particular case we're dealing with known single individuals, the problem becomes acute or exacerbated.
Sorry, objection, non-responsive, Your Honor.
Sustain. Ask another question.
It is a problem and it's something you deal with in your casework, correct?
This kind of problem occurs in dot plots, yes.
Now, let's return to this DX. In fact, what you've referred to as DX is the fact that a 1.1 allele may appear weakly, that is weaker than the other alleles from a sample in a given case, because of the, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. This DX gene phenomenon you've described is due to the fact that there's a gene close to DQ alpha, right?
Correct.
It's not the DQ alpha gene,
That's correct.
but it's close to it, correct?
That's correct. Close, not only in proximity, but close in terms of its sequence.
And some individuals who, while they don't have the 1.1 DQ alpha type, may have a form of the DX gene that will weakly light up that 1.1 dot, correct?
That's been described, yes.
That is described, for instance, in the user guide, correct?
Correct.
That's described in the package insert.
Yes.
And it's also described, isn't it, in the scientific literature?
Yes.
You have recognized this DX gene 1.1 reaction, in this case, by way of your report, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you have described the fact that, in your opinion, a 1.1 reaction can only be as a result of this DX gene if the person doesn't have a 1 type at all. Do you recall that?
That's not exactly the way I stated it.
Okay. Isn't it correct that there can be DX gene reaction from a person who is a type 1.1, 1.2, or 1.3?
That is true, but you can no longer differentiate as to whether it's true if it's a DX or a true 1 type because that 1 dot is lighting up.
Okay. In a sample where the 1 allele is lighting up, and let's say the person is a 1.3 and a 3, let's say. The 1 dot lights up, right?
Yes.
The 1.3 dot lights up.
Yes.
Actually, another dot lights up because the 1.3 is there, right?
Correct.
if there's a weaker 1.1, that can be from DX, can't it?
It can be, but you can't tell that in fact, if that's from a contaminant or if that's from DX. Because in that situation, you have the one dot lighting up, so you have no way of knowing one way or the other.
What you're saying then, Dr. Gerdes, is the fact that if you see the 1.1 lighting up weakly, but the one dot isn't lighting up at all, you'd have more confidence in concluding that that's from DX gene activity.
No, I'm saying with any degree of scientific certainty, you can't say one way or the other.
But in my scenario, wouldn't you have more confidence that a 1.1 reaction is due to DX if you see no reaction whatsoever in the 1?
Yes.
Now, I'd like to turn your attention to mixtures, mixed samples.
Okay.
And with regard to that, isn't it correct that with regard to mixed samples, the more genetic markers you look at, the more information you can obtain about a mixture?
Assuming that the mixture that's true.
In other words, if you're able to look at 7 genetic markers, and across all of those markers, the results are consistent with a mixture of 2 people, 2
Yes.
known people, that those 7 markers give you more confidence in who that mixture came from than if you did simply a DQ alpha test alone.
That's true.
As far as mixed samples, well, let me rephrase that. As far as contamination is concerned, isn't it true that if you use a second gene, a third gene, and a fourth gene, that the likelihood of all of them being contaminated is pretty low?
Again, it depends on the source of contamination. If the contamination is due to cross-contamination, that is the transfer that we talked about early on when samples are handled, that's going to be repeatedly typed, no matter how many genes you look at, as the same DNA.
Let's talk about carryover contamination. Is what I just said to you correct?
In the sense of carryover, yes.
In other words, the more markers you look at, the more you can eliminate carryover contamination having any impact at all, or even occurring.
That's true, but it depends on the level of background contamination in the lab at the time in terms of how much information you can get out of that approach.
Every marker you add, when the results demonstrate consistency from, say, a single person or 2 people, gives you more confidence that carryover contamination didn't happen.
On that specific sample. But the point is, if you have evidence of this kind of contamination at a high level, background level in the laboratory, then that analysis falls away. I mean, it's harder to do it under those circumstances. It's sort of like if you went into your house and you noticed a cockroach, and then the next day you noticed another one. It would be an indication to you that maybe there are other roaches around and you maybe better do something about it.
The cockroach comparison.
I guess.
But as far as this carryover contamination, each time you do another marker and you see consistency of results from, say, 1 or 2 persons, you're gaining more confidence as a scientist that carryover contamination didn't happen.
On that specific sample, yes.
Now, with regard to mixtures, isn't it scientifically a good idea to do additional genetic markers to get more information about that mixture?
Yes.
Repeat testing also plays an important role in interpreting mixtures. Is that right?
Yes. Again, assuming it depends upon the stage at which the contamination occurred. If it occurs early on and is carried through a series, repeat testing isn't going to help you, but in the sense of the random events of contamination, it would be helpful.
I'd like to shift your attention, if I can, Dr. Gerdes, to your review of the LAPD validation strips, using
Okay.
that term generically at the moment.
Yes.
You have described yesterday that from your review, the Los Angeles Police Department DNA laboratory has by far the worst contamination you've seen in a forensic lab. Have I accurately described what you testified to yesterday?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, the time period that you've examined the Los Angeles Police Department's DNA typing results was from approximately May of '93 through August of '94, is that correct?
Correct.
Or about a 15 months time period?
About that, yes.
How many other laboratories have you examined all of their PCR DQ alpha typing strips for a 15-month time period?
For that long a period, no other laboratory for that long.
Have you examined any other laboratory over a 12-month period?
Not 12 months, no.
I'm sorry?
No.
The samples that you looked at in this case, as far as the individual strips, approximately how many was that?
How many total strips?
Yes, counting every strip that you looked at. And a rough estimate's fine if that would make it a little faster at this point.
I think it was a little over 1,000. I think it was 1,069 or something like that.
Have you ever looked at that many strips in any other laboratory's work?
No, the closest would be the Department of Justice, where I looked at 203
203 samples?
strips.
I'm sorry, strips. Over what time period? In other words, from
I believe
beginning
theirs
to
was
end.
over probably 4 to 5 months.
And was that a case involving, again, Mr. Sims?
Yes.
As far as your review of the materials in this case, did you speak to Dennis Fung about his evidence collection?
No.
Did you speak to Andrea Mazzola?
No.
Did you speak to Greg Matheson about evidence collection in this case?
No.
Did you speak to any of the employees at the LAPD laboratory about their role in this case in collecting evidence?
No.
As far as your review of the strips, and we'll return to the numbers in a moment, did you speak to any of the analysts asking them to help you interpret an individual strip in your review?
Colin Yamauchi and myself sat together, and I pointed out to him the things that I was observing.
Did you ask him questions about how he performed his testing as far as interpreting alleles on strips?
I told him my interpretation, and he was free to respond, and at that time he didn't.
And I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last answer.
I told him my interpretation. We were sitting there together, and I would say, this is a weak dot that I'm concerned about, and we'd go through page by page. This is one I'm concerned about, and I think he made note of those things that he didn't. I don't know even know if he made official note of those, but he was certainly there at the time.
Did you ask him questions about how he interpreted things?
No.
As far as any scientific test, let's use DNA typing, is it in your view important to learn how to use a test?
Yes.
Is it important to gain experience in using a test?
Yes.
Is there a training period for use of any scientific test?
Yes.
Is it important to have actual physical hands-on use, hands-on work using a technique to be able to perform that technique?
If you're going to perform the technique, yes, but if in interpretation of scientific data, that's the nature of science. It should result in a documented piece of paper or evidence or result that can be independently analyzed by another individual who's familiar with the way, familiar with the interpretation of those results.
In your view, is it important to have experience in actually using a technique to be able to interpret it as you've done in this case?
No.
In your view, then, it is not important at all for you to ever have performed one of these forensic analyses?
The The interpretation of the strips are fairly straightforward. I don't feel that's necessary.
Now, as far as the LAPD's casework, when did it actually begin? In other words, accepting cases, performing DNA typing, that is PCR DQ alpha typing, in actual cases?
I believe it was in, let me see if I have it here. For DQ alpha,
Yes.
for the LAPD,
Yes.
they began accepting cases for HLA DQ alpha on October 15th, 1993.
You, as a result of examining these strips that you described yesterday, created a chart. Is that right?
Yes,
And by chart, I'm referring to a document of several pages in which you note a particular strip on a particular run and then a few comments about that run, correct?
yes, the typing result that was recorded and a comment on that.
And you reviewed all of the LAPD PCR DQ alpha typing strips, correct?
All of them they showed me.
Did you review all of the strips in their validation study?
Yes,
Did you review all of the strips in their proficiency tests?
yes,
Did you review all of the strips relating to their Korean database tests?
all of them they gave me. I don't think I had the entire database, but in that time frame.
Well, as far as their strips, how are they kept at their laboratory? In other words, what did you physically look at?
I looked at a book very similar to what I have here, which is a run book that shows each, day by day what the run and the strip looked like.
And then what would be on a page?
The page has a photo of the strips, and it also has the recorded typing result and the name of the analyst, the date.
And several other pieces of information?
Yes, I can tell you exactly if you'd like.
Oh, well, I don't know that we need all the details, but is it correct to say for now that there's identifying information about what hybridization
Yes,
record it is?
There's a hybridization number. There are tube numbers and item numbers, a description of the item, and then the hybridization volume, the results, and also there are items about the lot numbers of specific reagents that were used to produce that result.
And I believe you described yesterday that you reviewed during this time period of May 93 through August 94 all of the LAPD DNA laboratory casework strips, correct?
I don't believe I was shown all of the casework strips, but all of them that I was shown, I reviewed, yes.
Well, when you went through these books, were they, or was it more than one binder?
Yes, it was.
And these records have a hybridization record number, correct?
Correct.
They started at what number?
That I looked at?
Yes.
1.
And continued through what number?
261.
So if you were done looking at page 1, you'd look at page 2, correct?
Yes,
And so on through 261.
yes.
Did you encounter any missing numbers?
There are a few. I believe they have to do with the fact that there were polymarker runs that were incorporated in here, which were given a sequence number but wouldn't be counted as DQ alpha.
Okay, so from this 1 through, I think, 261, you would look at each of the pages that involved DQ alpha typing, and if a page involved polymarker typing, you didn't look at it. You'd go to the next hybridization record?
I looked at some of those as well.
Are
But
they
I didn't analyze those in a systematic way as I did this.
All right, so you had the opportunity to look at all of the polymarker results in the LAPD laboratory as well. Is that
Yes,
right?
Yes.
And you, in fact, did review them.
I did not have time to review those.
Did you, in fact, create any chart or document about polymarker results by the LAPD laboratory during this May 93 through August 94 time period?
No, I didn't create a chart.
Now, as far as the term run, hybridization run, that term was used yesterday by you, correct?
Yes.
What does a run mean to you?
Well, each strip is one sample, and a run would be all of the particular strips that were run on a given day.
In other words, the thermal cycler holds up to 96 samples, correct?
Yes,
A hybridization record will only have as many as 8 strips results, correct?
correct.
So a run may include 1 page of strips or several pages of strips. Is that right?
That's true.
As far as a run being in one day, what if 2 separate runs in the thermal cycler were done on the same day? How would you deal with that? How would you count it?
If it was the same date,
Yes.
if it was by a different analyst, I would consider it as a different run. Otherwise, it would be considered as the same.
Okay. So if there's 2 analysts, one using the thermal cycler and then another one later using the thermal cycler, that's 2 runs.
Yeah, I went pretty much by date. One day, even if there were 2 people, that would still be considered one run. One day, one run.
Okay, so when, for instance, there were charts, and I believe you did testify yesterday, about contamination by run. Do you recall that?
Yes,
That run may actually be 2 separate runs, correct?
yeah, it's by date. So everything was done on a particular day is considered a run.
All right, even though it may be 2 runs on that day. Is that correct?
In your definition, yeah.
Well, run was by
Whatever.
your definition, correct?
Yes.
Is the chart then inaccurate by using the term run as you've designed, as you have described it?
No, I don't believe so. I mean, there's very rare, if I can look through this. On a quick look through here, I don't see a single day where both analysts ran on the same day.
Okay, at this point, it's your testimony from your review of your materials, briefly, that you don't believe there was more than 1 run by 2 different analysts on the same day.
On a quick read through of the table, I believe that's the case.
Okay. If, in fact, there were 2 runs by an analyst, that is by 2 analysts, 2 different analysts on the same day, wouldn't your charts about contamination by runs be wrong,
No.
even though they're 2 separate runs?
You know, the point really is you're getting confused in terms of you're making too big a deal out of this run definition. The point behind this is to look at time. What happened on a given day? What's in that lab on that given day? What's in the lab the next day? What's in the lab across time over the course of a month? And so that's the thing that's really critical here in terms of what kind of contamination is occurring on different days.
You've also described on those charts contamination by strips. Do you recall that?
Yes,
That's by individual strips, not by runs, correct?
that's correct.
That's something different than contamination by runs, correct?
Well, I believe I titled it contamination and/or artifact by strip, and that tells you how often, it gives you an idea or a sense of how often you see additional dots indicating additional human DNA in terms of just looking at every step and asking that simple question, is there a dot there that shouldn't be there?
Dr. Gerdes, if your definition of a run is a run done by a single analyst, and 2 different analysts perform runs on the same day, you treat that as 1 run, doesn't that make your chart wrong?
It may be wrong by 1 item in that particular entry. I don't believe so. I just checked through here, and I don't think that there's a date where a single, 2 analysts ran on the same day.
So it's your view that it may be wrong by one, but that's okay?
No, it's my view that I went through here and I don't believe that there's an error, and that a run has more to do, you're confusing it, it has more to do with what's going on at a particular time.
Now, as far as, and this chart you created, the several-page document that you've described earlier, you originally constructed that document and named it, correct?
Yes,
The original name of that document was what, the chart I'm referring to, that you've constructed that's several 8.5 by 11 pages?
I believe it was the observation of something to the effect of LAPD DQ alpha contamination. I believe that's something to that effect. I don't have the original chart with me.
All right, would it be consistent, and perhaps if I could refresh your recollection, would it refresh your recollection to see a copy of that original chart?
That's fine.
Or with the court's permission? Showing you my copy. Dr. Gerdes, does that refresh your recollection as to your original name for your chart?
Yes, LAPD contamination incidents.
Actually,
And
that's not
during validation, 5/20/93 to 6/10/94.
Actually, I don't think you still read the full title. Could you read it word for word?
LAPD DQ alpha contamination incidents.
All right. Did you ever change the title of that chart?
It was basically, I was interested in looking for those.
Well, I'm sorry, Dr. Gerdes, did you ever change the name of the chart?
Yes,
And you renamed it?
yes.
First of all, the first chart, to your knowledge, was that provided to the people in this case?
Yes,
When did that occur approximately, to your knowledge?
January.
Is it your well, when did you construct that chart?
Well, it was constructed over a course of many months. It was never finalized until just recently when I changed the title. It's constructed over a period of many months.
You completed that chart in January of this year?
No, I said it was constructed over many months.
When you said January, what did you mean?
I don't remember exactly when I mailed my first copy of that, but I believe it was around January
Mailed your first copy to who?
to the defense.
In this case?
Yes. But at that point, it was a working document, and it wasn't finalized until just recently.
What do you mean a working document?
Well, as you can see, there are 1,000 strips I was looking through. I wanted to double-check things. I went through it a number of times. I changed the title. I changed entries. These are things I'm working on.
And you looked at that closely to make sure that that document was accurate, didn't you?
To the best of my ability, yes.
You did everything you could to make sure you made no mistakes in that document. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, if that was a working document in January of 1995, if that document was not provided to the people until a later time, you wanted to make sure that that document was 100% accurate.
To the best of my ability.
When did you change the name of that chart?
It was in early June, I believe. I'm not sure what the date was exactly. The report, I don't have a copy of the letter, but it was not that long ago,
Okay.
within a month.
Let's go back for a moment if we can. You say this is a working document and you were making changes to it. What changes were you making from January and over the months since January?
The way I constructed that chart was to go through and make the entries, and then I would double check them. And I would also, as I went through the first run through, I would have questions, have them see if they can get another copy of this strip, or this one is missing. For instance, the initial discovery that we received was incomplete. We had to go back to the laboratory actually in January and get a second set, a totally different set of photographs for strips that were missing. So once I had strips coming in that were missing, I would go ahead and revise the table with regards to strips that were provided later, that sort of thing.
Is it your testimony that all you did after January was add notations about strips you hadn't seen yet?
For the most part, yes.
Were there other changes to the chart?
There is one change, yes. Or actually, a couple of changes.
All right, we'll return to those. But as far as this working document, and other than the strips that you were given that you didn't have, and the changes we'll discuss, did you make any other changes to that document between January of this year and June 1st of this year?
Yes.
What were those changes? What types of changes?
Again, when I go through the first time, I would make notations. Look at this strip. It was a working document. I would go back, and as I've convinced myself on certain strips, I would either decide not to call that one, or to call that one, or to try and get a better photograph. Double check, make sure that everything is accurate.
During this process, did you discuss these individual strips with anyone?
No.
You discussed them with no one for the defense?
I discussed the fact I was doing this. I was looking at them.
I'm talking about just results in an individual strip, let's say.
Not on an individual strip basis, no.
Did you discuss any of them with Dr. Blake?
No.
To your knowledge, Dr. Blake observed typing in this case, correct?
He took photographs of the typing in DOJ. And he observed that typing being done, I believe. I'm not sure.
You discussed none of the interpretations that you made of the LAPD results with him. Is that right?
These are my interpretations, no.
Are these your interpretations only?
Yes.
Now, you renamed the chart, correct? We've discussed that.
Yes.
What did you rename the chart? And if it would refresh your recollection to look at the new chart.
I've got it here.
All right.
LAPD DQ alpha unexpected alleles during validation 5/20/93 to 8/25/94.
So you made the decision to change the title Contamination Incidents and change those two words of the title to Unexpected Alleles. Is that correct?
Yes.
That was to make your chart more accurate, correct?
That's correct.
And that's because there may not be contamination in many of the instances that you describe in this chart, correct?
Well, I believe I described it yesterday. The first step is to just ask the simple question, is there a dot there that shouldn't be there?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled.
The second step is to interpret those strips in the context of a given day to see if that can be confirmed as contamination.
Ask your question again.
Surely. Dr. Gerdes, you renamed that chart from contamination incidents to unexpected alleles because there are many instances in your chart that may not be contamination, correct?
I don't believe there are many.
How many do you think there are?
Specifically on the 1.1 allele where the question would arise, 7.6% of those 1.1 alleles could be interpreted as DX. Specifically in terms of the 1.3 allele, which is the other allele where it's known to have cross-hybridization, approximately 25% of those might be explained by that cross-hybridization. On all of the other alleles, the 4, 2, 3, 1.2, those specific alleles have never been described to have those kinds of problems, so they stand as real contaminants.
Dr. Gerdes, as you sit here today, is it your testimony that other than that 7.6% regarding the DX 1.1 allele, that all of the remaining incidents, strip-by-strip incidents that you note in your chart are contamination, period?
It's consistent with that, yes.
That's not what I'm asking, Doctor. Are they contamination or not?
It depends on the allele. You have to look at allele by allele. We already discussed the fact that there is an ambiguity if you have a 1.1 and a 1 dot. Now you can't decide. Now I chose to count, since you can't decide if it's a contaminant or not, in this analysis, I chose to count that as a contaminant.
So
You
if,
could argue, in fact, and you have, that that particular allele, the 1.1, even those might be ambiguous. They might be DX, and that's true. But other than those, all of the rest are contamination.
in other words, other than the 7.6%, and those are the percentages that relate to your interpretations and DX, correct?
Correct.
Other than those, it's your testimony today that all of the remaining incidents that you identify in your chart are contamination.
Again, the 1.3 allele, you analyze that the same way. On the 1.3 allele, if you have a 1 dot as well as the 1.3, you can't tell if that's cross hybridization. If you have the 1.3 only, that could be considered cross hybridization. So that's 25%, where the 1.3 dot only showed up and not the 1 dot. So those also are in question. But with the exception of those two, all of the rest are defined as contamination.
So, Dr. Gerdes, 7.6% relate to DX activity that it may be, correct?
7.6% of the 1.1 alleles.
Is it your testimony, with the exception of those, all the rest of the incidents that you've charted are contamination?
Objections, testimony has been answered.
When you renamed this chart, you eliminated the word contamination, correct?
Yes.
You've described in your review the fact that you looked at photographs of these strips at the LAPD in January, was it, 1995?
Yes.
Did you conduct a review at that laboratory, that is in person at the laboratory, on any other date of these strips?
I believe so. In December, we looked at some too.
So to your recollection, you visited the lab twice that
Yes.
involved examining these various strips.
That's correct.
You also described the fact that photographs were taken of the photographs of the strips in their book?
That's on the second occasion, yes.
All right. And were those photographs of all of the strips, or just ones that you had some concern about getting a photograph of?
They were a subset of the initial photographs were provided by LAPD, and on the second visit in January, we photographed strips that were missing, or those that I wanted to see and have rephotographed because their photograph was not of good quality.
When you say their photograph, whose do you mean?
LAPD.
You then wanted to ensure you had a photograph of each of the 1 through 261, other than the poly markers that you didn't review.
Correct.
And did you then obtain a photograph of each of the strips that involve, again, this DQ alpha typing process?
Yes.
Now, in this, at the time you renamed the chart, to your knowledge, was that provided to the people as well? The renamed chart?
I believe it was, yes.
To your knowledge, was a document also provided to the people indicating your discovery of errors in your chart?
Yes.
And in particular, as part of your review of your chart, you discovered 2 errors that you had made, correct?
They're not really errors. They're recalls or reconsiderations in terms of what I would characterize those specific samples.
Well, in one of those instances, you labeled a standard as number 1 and being a mistyping by the LAPD, correct?
I never recorded it as that. If you look at the original table, it was recorded as standard 1, question mark, typed as check this.
From your original review and your initial chart provided to the people, you described 6 mistyping errors by the LAPD, correct?
Correct.
When you reviewed your material and renamed and corrected your chart, you described 5 errors by the LAPD. Is that right?
That's right.
The error rate that you originally described in your first chart was incorrect. Is that right?
It's still not, is not incorrect. It basically, on that particular strip, if you read the result, excuse me, the result, it is a mistyping.
Dr. Gerdes,
But-
I'm sorry.
If I can explain it, there's no C dot. There's a recording on the list from the analyst that says no C dot. Well, I felt I could see a C dot. If there's a C dot there, that's an error, because it's a typable result and it's an error. It was they recorded the incorrect type. But because the analyst wrote down no C dot, I decided to change that and say that was not an error. In my opinion, it's still an error. But I decided to change that because of the fact that I knew there would be an argument about whether or not the C dot was there, and the fact that the analyst recorded there was no C dot. Therefore, the analyst probably would not have considered that as a typable result and would not have reported the typable result that was an error. But in fact, I feel I can see a C dot on that strip, and if there is a C dot there, it's an error. If there isn't a C dot there, it's not an error.
So Dr. Gerdes, in your first chart, you recorded it as an error. In your renamed altered chart, you recorded it as not an error, but your testimony is it's still an error. Is that fair?
It's a little confusing, isn't it? I guess, yes, that is fair.
As far as your chart, can you tell us how many actual records there are, hybridization records, the one page that may list 8 samples or up to 8 samples that you actually listed on your chart? An approximate number is fine.
I think they're somewhere around 170 or between 170 and 180.
Okay, you're actually referring to something different, aren't you? I'm asking how many actual hybridization records, a one page, how many different
this?
single pages with up to 8 samples on the page?
200, well, somewhere around 200 probably. I don't know exactly how many.
Okay, in reality, there's only about 80 records on your chart, right?
You're asking me how many specific pages there are with strips on them? I haven't counted those, so I don't know.
Okay, can you tell us approximately, without counting them?
You know, they're numbered from 1 to 201, and some of them, the hybridization names are recorded on more than one page, so it's hard for me to estimate unless I count these.
Okay, you looked at, when you use 1 to 201, you mean 1 to 261, don't you?
1 to 261 are the hybridizations.
Okay.
I just misread that, sorry.
And you only recorded, as far as a record, a hybridization record where you saw something that you thought is either 1-1 or contamination, correct? On one or more samples.
On my table, that's all I would record.
The number of strips you examined was over 1,000, correct?
Correct.
Of the samples not recorded by you on your chart, is it your opinion there was no contamination revealed whatsoever?
There was no contamination I could see on those.
What you did was record on your chart the occurrence of additional potential contaminant alleles, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you used that exact language in your report, correct?
Correct.
These are additional potential contaminant alleles, not contamination for sure, correct?
Not until you do the analysis on a per-day basis.
Incidentally, this typing process included work done by analysts unrelated to this case, correct?
Yes.
In other words, your survey was of every analyst who conducted typing in the Los Angeles Police Department during that time period.
Yeah, what you want to do is look at the contamination. It's
I'm
lab
sorry,
related.
objection,
not
non-responsive.
analyst.
Same. Answer is stricken. Ask the question.
Dr. Gerdes, did your review include work done by any analyst in the LAPD laboratory, whether connected to this case or not?
Yes.
Incidentally, the polymarker results, they have controls as well on them, don't they?
The polymarker has an S dot for determining the amount. The difficulty with the polymarker system is most of those are only 2 allele systems. So you don't have the luxury of looking for more than, I mean, there's only 2 there, so you can't look for more than 2. So the same kind of analysis is more difficult,
Well,
with the
there,
exception of 2 genes that are on there that have the 3 ABC genes.
There's a reagent control on the polymarker strips, isn't there?
That's true. You could look at those.
There's an amplification control on the polymarker strips?
Yes.
And in fact, they're the same controls that are on the DQ alpha typing strips,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And in fact, those controls could be looked at to show if they reveal contamination, can't they?
They could be.
And in your overall review of the laboratory, wouldn't it be scientifically appropriate to look at the polymarker results as well if you're trying to find out how much contamination is in that laboratory?
I would have if I had time. It's just too long of a time to do this.
So you felt you didn't have sufficient time to look at the entire records of the LAPD DNA typing laboratory?
I felt that the DQ alpha is into, and I looked at spot checks on some of those, and there were some of the same kinds of things, and I did not have time to do a detailed analysis on the polymarker.
Wouldn't it be scientifically proper, or wouldn't it be more appropriate to look at all of those 261 records instead of something over 200 of them?
Well, the polymarker is not, they don't have nearly as many strips on those either, so, and it wasn't started until just more recently.
I'm sorry?
They didn't start the polymarker until more recently.
Well, when
So-
did they start it? And I'm referring to even their validation studies.
I don't have that record with me right now. But
Okay,
it was it was later, I'd hate to guess, I don't remember when.
It was before June of 1994, wasn't it?
I believe it was.
And didn't it cover the time period of, let's say, May, June, and July 1994?
I'd have to look at the records to see if they did any polymarkers in that time frame. I don't remember them doing a lot in that time period.
They certainly started doing it before May of 1994, didn't they?
The casework?
No, the
Validation.
same types of typing that you reviewed for DQ alpha.
I believe they did.
Now, what I'd like to address, Dr. Gerdes, in the remaining minutes that we have today, I'm sorry.
5.
Very well. The errors that you've described. And let's start, if we could, with the first error, and I'm going to refer to chronologically if I can.
Okay.
In other words, from earliest to latest.
That's fine.
Chronological order, if that's okay. Your first error identified relates to a hybridization record number 15, is that right?
That's correct.
Can I have a moment here? And do you have a record of that?
I do.
We don't have duplicate sets. May I stand by the witness to look?
Your Honor, I have a document that I'd like to have marked as People's Next Exhibit.
.558.
558, which I'll show to counsel.
Okay.
Mr. Clark.
We want to compare the pictures. I think they're two different generations of photographs.
Okay.
All right, and showing you what will be marked, I'm sorry, People's Exhibit 558?
558.
Does that appear to be a photograph of, not just the photograph of that particular hybridization set of strips, but also of the actual page itself, the document?
Yes, it does.
And does it appear to be an accurate reproduction and contain the same documentary information as what you have in your own notebook?
Yes.
As far as the photograph is concerned, does it appear to be approximately the same as the photograph that you have?
Yes. I mean, I have a Xerox here in mine at the moment. So, which is bothering me, but that seems to be the case.
If you don't have a photograph, then what I can simply ask you to do is to look at this original on
Okay.
the Elmo with the court's
Okay,
permission.
it appears, this is,
All right.
yeah.
With the court's permission, what I would ask you is to place People's 558 on the Elmo. Now, I don't intend to ask Dr. Gerdes about dots and intensities. And perhaps, if there's any time you feel it's important to look at them, please tell me, for purposes
Okay.
of this questioning.
Okay,
You have documented in your analysis one of the samples in this particular run as being one of the 5 errors that you testified to yesterday, correct?
that's correct.
And first of all, just a little bit about this record. This is a run that occurred on what date?
On 7/14/93,
And that's reflected at the top of the hybridization record?
that's correct.
And the analyst is also identified on the record, correct?
Yes,
And the analyst is whom?
in this particular case, it's Aaron Riley.
And then there's also information about confirming analyst, is that right?
Yes,
What's a confirming analyst?
the second person who looks at the typing and basically confirms.
So someone who didn't actually perform the actual bench work, but rather is asked to come in and look at the strip results
Yes,
and either concur or disagree with the analyst himself or herself.
that's correct.
And the confirming analyst in this run was whom?
Colin Yamauchi.
Now, this particular run on 7/14/93 was about 11 months before the incident in question in this case?
That's correct.
And would this then be during the fairly early stages of the LAPD's use of DNA typing?
They began in May, so that's fair to say, yes.
Now, in particular, the error you identified, and I'm going to ask if we can zoom in on the first row, not of the photograph, but of the actual written documentation. Actually, if we can go up and zoom out a little bit. Perhaps just a little bit more. Perfect. The error that you identified is actually on the first sample listed on the chart, which is labeled on the left number 1, correct?
That's correct.
Which has identifying information and then a description of the medical sign for female reference blood.
Correct.
And the results of that test by Erin Riley, she has written down on the far right 1.3, 4, correct?
Correct.
Now, in the course of that run, there was activity in one of the negative controls. Is that right?
Yes.
And in fact, written down, and perhaps we can zoom in a little bit, on the very lower right-hand corner of the 8-segment graph. Can you read that from there, Dr. Gerdes?
Maybe it'd be better if I step down, if that's...
Or,
Okay, 1.24, no C.
actually, it's noted W for weak, is that right?
Yes.
1.2, 4,
Correct.
and then in parentheses, no C.
That's correct, on the cloth control, the substrate control, the extraction control.
Actually, that's not a substrate control, is
That's
it?
why I corrected myself, extraction control.
That's a control you described earlier that in the course of typing, that's supposed to be negative, correct?
That's right, so this is definite contamination.
And in objection, move to strike, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Stricken.
As far as that control is concerned, if that's not negative, the results shouldn't be reported, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, the 1.3, 4 shouldn't be reported because of that activity.
That's correct.
Was this result ever reported in a report somewhere?
No.
The only showing of those alleles, that is the call on that reference blood, is the 1.3, 4 that's written under DQA1 results, correct?
That's correct.
Aaron Riley was the analyst, correct?
Correct.
As a result of the activity in the negative control, didn't she rerun this sample?
I'm not sure that's the reason she did it. I don't know why she did it, but she did rerun the sample.
Wouldn't it be scientifically appropriate to rerun that sample because of the control that showed activity?
It would be scientifically acceptable to begin with something that hadn't even been exposed to that laboratory and rerun it.
Well,
I
let's...
mean, we have a contamination problem here.
Objection, move to strike, Your Honor.
Sustained, answer stricken.
Dr. Gerdes, that 1.3, 4 that's written in by Aaron Riley, that's not the correct type for that sample, right?
That's correct.
And in fact, that sample is actually a 1.2, 4.
That's correct.
When Aaron Riley reran that sample, if she reran that sample, that was the proper thing to do, wasn't it?
To rerun it? Yes.
She, in fact, did rerun that sample, didn't she?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, I have a second similar photograph I'd asked to be marked People's 559.
So mark. You may.
Dr. Gerdes, showing you what's labeled at the top, hybridization 19. Is that a similar photograph of a hybridization record and photograph attached to that record, as was the case with the previous exhibit that we discussed?
Yes, it is.
And does it appear to contain the same information as you have in your own records?
Yes.
All right, with the court's permission, I would like to also place that on the envelope.
Doctor, do you have that, your copy of that?
I don't have the photo, but I have that sheet.
Actually, just to be clear, Dr. Gerdes, that previous photo, Exhibit 558, Aaron Riley called the dots, the probes, the alleles that she observed in that typing strip, correct?
Yes.
And as far as her noting the 1.3 allele and the 4 allele, your review also revealed that the 1.3 allele and the 4 allele were present, correct?
Correct.
So as far as what she noted seeing on that strip, you agree with what she noted.
That's true, I do.
Now, looking at the next exhibit, 559, and if we can zoom in on the same area, and let's start there. This is a similar record, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, on this record, Your Honor, I've skipped one exhibit. I'm going to have to ask that another one be marked as what would be People's 560
560.
to do this in chronological order.
Or do you want to substitute that for 559?
No, we will also use it.
All right. All right, why don't you show that to Dr. Gerdes so he can find his copy?
Yes, Dr. Gerdes, showing you if I can what will be People's Exhibit 560. Does that appear to be a similar photograph of a record and photo?
Yes.
And do you have a Xerox of that?
I have a photo of that one.
All right. With the court's permission, may I place 560 on the envelope?
Yes.
Now, as far as this particular record, which is People's 560, does that appear to be a record from the next day, July 15th, 93?
That's correct.
And the analyst is again Aaron Riley,
That's correct.
and the confirming analyst is Colin Yamauchi?
That's correct.
And was that same sample run on that day also?
It was.
Now, on this particular set of hybridization records, what location was that sample that was rerun from the previous day?
In terms of,
The one that was called an error by you. In other words, is that sample rerun on this exhibit?
it is, yes.
560.
Yes.
And as far as the numbers 1 through 8 on the chart.
Okay, it's number 1.
Okay. Then if we could, then zoom in on the number 1 row. That's fine. And that top row, again, it constitutes the written record
Correct.
of Aaron Riley's rerun of the same victim reference blood.
That's correct.
And on that occasion, she noted the alleles 1.3 and 4 being present. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that notation is the first notation in the the far right column that's labeled DQA1 results, correct?
Correct.
At the very bottom is another cloth control, correct?
Correct.
That cloth control again showed activity, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, what is noted for the activity seen by both Aaron Riley and Colin Yamauchi with that negative control?
The negative control contains a 1.2, 1.3 allele.
In view of the existence of that activity in the negative control, is it scientifically proper to rerun that sample again?
That would be what you would do, yes.
And in fact, you called this an error again. Isn't
It-
that right?
It is an error in the sense that that contamination in the laboratory created a false typing result.
Is it your testimony that Aaron Riley called that result? In
That
other
result
words,
is recorded.
is it your testimony that from this document, Aaron Riley conclusively established, for purposes of reporting results, that that was a 1.3, 4?
No, my testimony is that that result was recorded as a type that was an incorrect type as a result of the contamination that was found in the lab.
Wasn't Aaron Riley's, well, let me rephrase that, didn't she rerun this sample again because of that activity in the negative control?
Yes.
Wasn't that the right thing to do scientifically?
Yes.
And in fact, did she rerun that sample as reflected in what is People's Exhibit 559, which I showed to you a few moments ago?
Yes.
Incidentally, before we do that, Dr. Gerdes, you're not faulting Aaron Riley for noting the alleles that she saw in that sample, are you?
No, I'm simply saying the contamination in the laboratory.
I'm sorry,
created this
objection
false
non-responsive, Your Honor.
Answer is stricken.
She did the right thing by rerunning that again, didn't she?
That would be the thing to do.
All right, with the court's permission, I'd like to again place on the Elmo People's 559. Now, lastly, Dr. Gerdes, with respect to this series of runs, this was a run conducted by Aaron Riley on, or 2 days later, July 17th, 93, correct?
Yes.
And she reran that same sample again, didn't she?
Yes.
Now, on that chart, if we can focus in just on the graph portion of the chart, can you tell us, Doctor, where that sample is on this chart?
It's in lane 6.
Okay, lane 6. That would be with the number 6 off to the far left?
Yes.
And then reading across to the right. This would be 3 rows from the bottom, correct?
Correct.
And it's labeled on this particular record as FID space 01.
Correct.
What is FID 01?
Well, this stands, FID is an abbreviation that's used in the proficiency testing. So this is actually a proficiency test that they were sent a sample, and that's just one of the labels for that sample.
All right. And off to the far right of that same sample, and this has been run for the third time by Erin Riley, correct?
Correct.
She notes the alleles 1.2, comma 4. Is that right?
That's correct.
That answer was correct, wasn't it?
Yes.
Looking at the cloth control, the negative control, what activity did that negative control show?
In this particular case, there's no activity.
She noted no activity, correct?
Correct.
Colin Yamauchi agreed there was no activity,
Correct.
and you agree there was no activity from your review of the photograph.
Correct.
She got a correct answer when the controls operated properly, correct?
Correct.
That correct answer is not noted in your chart, is it?
My chart only records additional alleles. No, it's not.
Based on all of this information, Dr. Gerdes, is it your opinion that Erin Riley and the LAPD laboratory made 2 errors?
The errors were caused by the contamination that was present in the laboratory.
Objection,
in terms of
non-responsive.
the typing on the
Move to strike,
specific
Your Honor.
strips.
Ask the question again.
Dr. Gerdes, is it your testimony that based on the first 2 runs before this one, that those were 2 errors by Erin Riley?
There were errors on that specific strip.
Incidentally, if such an incident occurred in your laboratory with activity showing in the negative controls, would you want your analyst to rerun that sample?
Yes.
So Erin Riley did just what you would want her to do with these samples or this sample if she were working in your laboratory.
That's correct.
Another photograph I'd ask be marked as People's 561. Which I've shown to counsel. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Dr. Gerdes, showing you what is labeled hybridization number 33. Does that look familiar?
Yes. Let me double check it here. Yes.
Now, that's another record that you reviewed,
Yes.
and you have a copy of that?
I do.
All right. I would, of course, Commissioner, like to place People's 561 on the envelope.
Yes.
And if we can back out a little bit, we see the whole page. Now, Dr. Gerdes, this particular record relates to what date?
September 9th, 1993.
And that date, again, precedes the LAPD beginning casework, actually
Yes.
accepting cases in their DNA laboratory?
Yes.
Now, this particular run, actually this particular record, involved the analyst, or involved Colin Yamauchi as the analyst, correct?
That's correct.
So Colin Yamauchi actually performed the actual bench work,
Correct.
and the confirming analyst was Erin Riley?
Correct.
Now, in this particular sample, this reflects information from which you determined that there was a third error as far as mistyping in the DNA laboratory at the LAPD, correct?
That's correct.
Now, the particular sample that you identified as being an error is which one on this particular record?
It's the second strip down.
You're referring to, on the actual graph with written information, sample number 2, which would be the second row down under description?
Correct. Let me see. Yes.
What type of sample was that?
19-2, yes. This is a sexual assault standard.
Okay. As far as this sample, this wasn't casework, correct?
No,
Was
it's a
this
control.
I'm sorry?
a control standard.
Well, wasn't this in fact one of a series of vaginal swabs that were tested using the DQ alpha system?
Correct.
And a series of vaginal swabs that were tested basically as part of the validation process within the LAPD laboratory.
Correct.
This process whereby analysts tested a number of different types of samples to ensure they were able to use the system properly.
Correct.
Now, it's labeled, and let's start on the first sample because that will clarify what the second sample is, correct?
Correct.
The first sample is labeled number 1V. Does that stand for number 1 victim?
Yes.
And off to the right under description is written EC, right?
Correct.
That stands for what?
Epithelial cell.
Okay, we'll talk about that in a moment. Going now down to the sample that you have offered the opinion is an error, that relates to the same swab, correct?
Correct.
And then is noted off to the right SC,
Correct.
standing for what?
Sperm cell.
Now, with regard to this particular sample, that is designed to be a vaginal swab, as for purposes of this test,
Yes.
containing what's labeled EC, or cells from
The victim.
the female, as part of a sexual assault, correct?
Correct.
And the actual sample that you have offered the opinion is an error, the SC sample, is supposed to be the sperm cells from the male who engaged in intercourse with this female. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, the typing results obtained by Mr. Yamauchi as to the epithelial cell portion are 1.2, 4 in the far upper right-hand corner of the graph.
That's correct.
And you agreed with those results
Yes.
from your review of the photograph?
Yes.
And in fact, that properly shows what the DNA type is of the woman from whom that swab was taken, right?
That's correct.
So that what the EC portion was showing was what was expected to be the portion from the person the swab was taken from, the woman.
That's correct.
Now, relating to SC, that refers to male sperm, is that correct?
Correct.
And in fact, in this typing process that's been previously described in testimony in this case, it's a feature of DNA that even though a sample in a sexual assault case may include DNA from the victim and DNA from, for instance, a rapist in a sexual assault crime, that DNA allows, to a large extent, separation of the female's DNA from the male's DNA. Is that correct to say?
By the process of a differential extraction.
Without getting too deeply into that, that's a process by which the DNA analyst can break open just the victim's cells and hopefully not break open any of the sperm cells, right?
Correct.
And then retrieve the victim's DNA and set it aside for typing, right?
Correct.
And then go back and by some other chemical steps, break open the sperm cells, set that aside, and type that separately, right?
That's correct.
This process, and you've used the term differential extraction, right?
Yes.
That just describes this process of trying to separate these two types of cells.
Correct.
That process is not perfect, is it?
It's not perfect in terms of the separation of the two, always. Correct.
And in fact, in a sexual assault case, it is not uncommon at all to find, for instance, in the epithelial cell portion, some sperm DNA.
That's correct.
Because during this process of breaking open the victim cells, some of the sperm may break open and release the DNA as well.
That's correct.
And isn't it also correct that the opposite occurs, which is in breaking open the sperm cells, some of the victim cells didn't quite release the DNA in the first step, and then they're left in the sperm the sperm cell portion also.
That's also correct.
Now, in this particular instance, these results reflect the victim's DNA in both. Is that right?
That's correct.
In other words, the 1.2, 4 is consistent with the victim in the epithelial cell portion as well as the male sperm portion.
That's correct.
That event in the context of a mixed vaginal sexual assault sample is not unexpected, is it?
To find the epithelial alleles, no, that's not unexpected.
You called this an error, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, a trained DNA analyst would not be surprised to find exactly what the results from Mr. Yamauchi revealed, correct?
In terms of the epithelial fraction, that's true. In terms of the sperm fraction, that's not true.
Well, a trained analyst would look at those results, and first of all, let's see, what is the type of the male donor of the sperm on that sample?
Is the 1.2, 1.3.
All right, so there is one allele that's shared, the 1.2, right?
Correct.
But the male's 1.3 isn't seen in either of these portions.
That's correct. That's the error.
You have reviewed cases involving sexual assault samples as part of your work for criminal defendants, correct?
I have.
And you have seen samples in which there are mixtures of victim's DNA in a vaginal swab along with a sexual assault or rapist's DNA, correct?
Yes, I have.
And in fact, you have seen samples in which the victim's DNA shows up in both portions, correct?
Yes.
A trained analyst, an experienced analyst, even though seeing that 1.2, 4, in some of the cases that you've reviewed, would not exclude a person who's a 1.2, 1.3 from having contributed any DNA to that sample, correct?
I don't believe that's correct.
I
believe that they would.
Is it your view that a person can be excluded as a potential donor when their DNA just doesn't show up at all?
That you don't know that is the problem. The 1.3 has been missed here. If this typing method is reliable, you can't miss things. If you miss things, how do you know that you didn't miss things on other samples? I mean, you can't do that.
Dr. Gerdes, with respect to a rapist, isn't it the case that in some cases they don't leave enough DNA?
That's true, but in the case of a differential extraction, the analyst is supposed to look at the specimen and observe sperm before they go ahead with the differential extraction. And if there is sperm there, you should find the allele from the sperm. And in this case, that didn't happen.
Well, is it your testimony that a trained forensic DNA analyst would look at those results and conclude that the 1.2, 4 came from somebody other than the victim?
They would most likely conclude that it came from the victim, the 1.24.
And they wouldn't conclude that a person who's a 1.2, 1.3 couldn't have raped that person.
If you had, I believe there would be an interpretation problem, but they would most likely not. You're right.
They would not exclude a 1.2, 1.3 from depositing DNA there, would they?
And that's the problem. The person was a 1.2, 1.3, so it's an error. That person would not have been, would have gone free.
Strike, non-responsive.
Ask the question again.
Dr. Gerdes, a trained analyst would look at those results and they wouldn't exclude a 1.2, 1.3 as being a donor of sperm in that sample, would they?
No, they wouldn't. And this person is a 1.2, 1.3, so that's an error.
Dr. Gerdes, that's not an error at all, is it?
It is an error. There's a 1.3 allele that you didn't find. That's significant.
Would somebody like Dr. Blake exclude a 1.2, 1.3 from that sample?
I can't speak for Dr. Blake.
In your view, are you as qualified as he to render opinions about matters like this involving
Yes.
sexual assault samples?
I believe so.
Dr. Blake has had substantial casework experience, has he not?
This
Sustain.
line is
Sustain.
objection.
Sustain.
One more record I'd like to be marked. People do this.
562, I believe. Yes.
Dr. Gerdes is referring you to what will be Exhibit 562. Is that a similar record?
Yes, it is.
And you have a
I'm looking.
copy?
Yes, I do.
All right. So part of the same validation studies by the LAPD?
Yes.
And in particular, with regard to this sample, this is the fourth of 5 errors that you have testified to previously?
Correct.
In particular, the analyst was Aaron Riley,
Yes.
and the confirming analyst was Colin Yamauchi,
Yes.
so their roles have basically reversed.
Yes.
With regard to this sample, you identified an error with regard to which individual strip or sample?
Item 21-1, which is number 3.
So the third column, I'm sorry, third row down.
Third row down.
That is labeled under description. It looks like mock vag swab number 1,
Correct.
and then SP in parentheses for sperm.
Yes.
And then the sample below that, would that then be also the E-cell or victim cell portion of the same vaginal swab?
It is.
Now, off to the right of item number 3, that is the third item down, the results are written in 1.2, 4, correct?
Correct.
Incidentally, is this the same sample that was run previously in what you have described as error number 3?
It's the same sexual assault standard, yes.
And without belaboring the point, you don't disagree with the particular types noted by the analysts, do you?
No, I don't.
In fact, you agree with them,
I do.
that they were called appropriately in terms of the types present.
Correct.
And your opinion about this being error, would it be based on the exact same reasons that you gave with respect to the previous hybridization record?
That's correct.
And in your view, this then constitutes the fourth of 5 errors.
That's correct.
And again, just to be clear, this particular result of 1.2, 4, again, is consistent with the victim in both portions.
That's correct.
And in fact, would your answers be the same, that such an occurrence is not unexpected with a sexual assault sample in actual casework?
That the victim's DNA would be found in that fraction, that's not uncommon.
And in fact, an experienced analyst would not be surprised by that.
Correct.
Dr. Gerdes, with respect to both this run and the previous error that you've described, you're not offering the opinion that these were called wrong by the analysts, are you?
No, I'm not.
You're just you are offering the opinion that errors were committed because the analyst didn't detect what you feel should have been detected.
That's correct.
Have you reviewed any notes about what was observed in terms of any steps prior to typing these samples?
I've read testimony or heard testimony, read testimony, I believe, that these were observed microscopically to confirm sperm was there.
And with respect to the confirmation of sperm, does an experienced analyst always obtain a result for those sperm just because they're observed?
They should.
Is it your testimony that because sperm are observed, there should be a PCR DQ alpha result for that sperm?
That they should obtain, they should find that DNA.
Isn't it correct that there are levels of sperm that may not be detected by the DQ alpha system when using the appropriate number of cycles?
There are levels below that, but if they observe sperm, they should not be at that level.
If there is observed sperm, can't there be a low number of sperm not detectable?
If they observe sperm, there's an adequate amount.
Is it your testimony that if there's sperm seen, there should be a result up there?
Yes.
And it's based on that testimony that you offer the opinion this was a fourth error?
Based on that, and also if you look at the time frame around this period, there's a 4 allele that's circulating through the lab, which in my opinion,
I'm sorry,
on the
objection,
context,
non-responsive, move to
Sustained.
strike. All right, Your Honor. I would ask to have one final photograph marked, if I may.
Yes.
.563,
Yes.
showing you Dr. Gerdes' another similar photo. Does that appear familiar?
Yes.
And is that labeled hybridization 199?
That's correct.
And you have a copy of that?
I do.
Your Honor, may I display this? Dr. Gerdes, does this strip reflect the final error that you described in your testimony yesterday?
Yes.
First of all, in terms of the date is May 25, 94?
Correct.
The analyst is whom?
Eric Clan,
HK.
HK.
And this particular run consists of what?
A series of hairs that were analyzed. And they're reference hairs.
Now, by reference hairs, what do you mean?
They're from known individuals at the laboratory, so they are just presumably cleanly picked out of a person's head and then run.
The particular error that you've identified relates to what sample?
It's the fifth lane down.
Which is labeled under item number, there's -10
Correct. And then number 27S.
S. So this would be, well, let's just start off to the far left. It's actually number 5, as written in the far left-hand column.
Correct.
And then it's number 5 under tube number.
Correct.
And then -10
Correct.
under item number. I just want to make sure we're clear on which row.
Correct.
And then it's labeled number 27S.
Correct.
That is what type of sample?
That's a hair shaft from one of these references.
Is it the case that that's a hair shaft from the named, or what appears to be the first name of a person immediately above that sample?
That's correct.
What looks like Jerry B?
Yeah, it also says number 27 before that, so that's
Okay.
what you go by.
Now that sample above the one that we're interested in, that says number 27 Jerry B, is that
Correct.
the root of that hair shaft?
It is.
The sample that you have offered the opinion is an error relates to the shaft itself, correct?
Correct.
As far as the root of that hair is concerned, was that correctly called?
Yes.
Where is the DNA in a hair?
It's found in the root.
It's found in the root only, isn't it?
That's correct.
Can hair shafts be typed for DNA?
Hair shafts are generally considered to be substrate controls if they're at a crime scene. They should not have DNA.
In other words, if a hair were sterilely removed from a person's hair and maintained in an absolute sterile condition and then typed using this system, there would be no DNA result, correct?
Correct.
As far as the root hair, and I'm talking about one above the sample that we're interested in, that typed as the same type as Jerry B, correct?
Correct.
Which is a 2,3.
Correct.
The hair shaft that you have offered the opinion is an error. Is it correct that the 1.2 allele was noted by the analyst?
Yes.
And there was no confirming analyst in this instance? At least none noted?
None noted.
The 2 allele was noted on the shaft.
Yes.
A week 3 was noted on the shaft.
Yes.
And is it the case that the week 3 is noted to be approximately the same intensity as the C dot?
Correct.
You have offered the opinion that that result is incorrect. Is that right?
That's correct.
As far as the presence of those alleles, you don't have any, or you're not rendering any conclusion that the alleles aren't present, are you?
No.
As far as a hair shaft, isn't it correct that hair shafts, in fact, can have DNA on them?
If it's from a contaminant or from a crime scene, in this case it's from a contaminant, and the significant aspect of this particular item is that the 1.2 and 2 are the analyst is recording this according to intensity, are recorded as the type with this weak 3, so that is an incorrect type.
Well, isn't it the case there shouldn't be any type on a hair shaft if it's sterilely collected and sterilely maintained?
That's true.
Hairs are in the real world, aren't they?
Yes, but generally on reference hairs, that's why you do these reference hairs. The shafts are clean.
If somebody else plucked a hair out, had trouble plucking it out or whatever, or had to deal with the hair manually, if enough of that went on, couldn't you detect the DNA of the person who pulled the hair?
It certainly is possible that in the manipulation of that item in the LAPD, by the way they manipulated it, they introduced foreign DNA there.
The fact that a hair shaft has DNA on it, that's not an error, is it?
In this particular case, I've considered this an error because on reference hairs in particular, occasionally you will find a small amount of DNA on the shaft. Most likely that DNA is going to be the same type as the root. And the explanation for that is when you pull the hair out, there may be some epithelial cells that come across from that individual that would type. But you generally do not find any DNA there. And if you do find DNA there, it should match the person that hair came from. In this case, it doesn't. There's a 1.2 that's coming from somewhere else.
Dr. Gerdes, how many cases have you consulted with a defense attorney on that have involved hairs?
Probably maybe 20-25% of the cases I've done,
So about
So-
7 or 8?
something like that.
In those cases, did all the hair shafts type with no results on them?
Those were hairs that came from crime scenes, and it's not unusual to find either both the root and the shaft with the same type or foreign DNAs on those.
So it's your complaint and it's your opinion that this is an error because this is a hair shaft and we know who it came from.
That's not my complaint. I mean, it's an error because there's a 1.2 that doesn't make sense on a reference hair. If you look at reference hairs that are generally run in labs that use these kinds of standards, if you find any DNA, it's the type of the individual. You don't find DNA from someone else there, unless it's from a crime scene or it was collected somewhere where you might anticipate that to happen.
Is it your testimony, Dr. Gerdes, that an experienced DNA analyst would, if obtaining a result on a hair shaft, that necessarily is an error if it's from a known person?
This should be typing as a 2.3. It types as a 1.22.
Objection non-responsive, Your Honor.
Overruled. Ask the question again.
Dr. Gerdes, is it your testimony that an experienced forensic analyst who obtains a result such as this on a hair shaft from a known person would make a mistake in seeing that result?
Overruled.
That's my testimony based on the fact that this should be a 2.3 hair because this is a reference sample.
Dr. Gerdes, there shouldn't be anything on it unless it was collected and kept in a sterile fashion, correct?
This is a typing error because of the fact that there's the introduction of a contaminant which creates the wrong dot intensities of the 1.22.
You're calling this a typing error?
Yes.
In other words, those alleles aren't there.
No, they're there, but they're there because of introduced contamination.
The 5 errors that you have discussed in your testimony for the last hour, perhaps, in your opinion, those are all errors by the Los Angeles Police Department laboratory?
They are.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the evening. Doctor, you can step down. Please remember all my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations until the matter has been submitted to you. Don't communicate with anybody with regard to the case. As far as the jury is concerned, we'll stand in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. All right, you all have a pleasant evening. See you tomorrow.